My wind riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air. For the Horde!
Mhm.
Carry and the one trainer just out. Gives me an air totem. It's nice buff. Thank you for watching.
That's actually it. Huh.
For the time being, I shall give you what you need to focus your spells and to call upon the spirits of air. Take this totem, and when you are ready, train with me some more.
Oh.
Don't mind the thundering echoes off the mountain's walls. The goblins and gnomes are out among the flats, racing one another in atrocities created by what they call science. There are bigger threats here in Thousand Needles, one of which killed more than half my war party. But we remain here until we hear word from Belgrom in Orgrimmar. Until then, we hold our position here and stay vigilant. Seems Belgrom thinks those monsters are a threat. He wants them pushed back into whatever depths they crawled up out of. I guess killing the dwarves sent by the Explorers League wasn't enough. Now I have to send a half-dead war party into another battle. We won't be able to do it ourselves, not while we're in this condition. The dig site's to the south of here. There shouldn't be any more dwarves to deal with. Feel up to wielding a blade or staff and doing your part to aid us?
What? didn't know I was supposed to.
I can I just close now? Does it spawn something like dangerous? I don't remember. To make it here. I do speed deck set.
Tas dingo.
I need fun.
Where would you like to fly to?
What is happening?
The humans claimed much of the Dustwallow Marsh for themselves, but the Stonemaul clan, with our help, has been able to push them back. Hoof prints! It could have been the Quillboar, I suppose, or maybe even the Centaur. Their presence in the Barrens is not insignificant, and I would not think it a stretch to commit such an act. Did I tell you? It wasn't just that the inn was burned down. The owner's woman and pup were killed. Bad business, that. Nonetheless, I will send Kagoro to find where the tracks lead. I grant that humans have strange decorating tastes, but would they use a plain iron shield to adorn their fireplace? Perhaps this shield was placed there by the ones who burned the inn. A warning? A threat?
I don't see anything out of the ordinary with this shield. We should have Dogol, the blacksmith, take a look at it, and see if he can tell us more about it, but I wouldn't hold out hope.
I know this human, Pavalrith. Pathetic even for his kind. He deserted his fellow soldiers and is now hiding out in the woods. I sent Ogron out to track him down. Some of the others suspect he's been stealing from our supplies. I think I saw Ogron heading off to the southeast.
What you looking for? Be good.
Where would you like to fly to?
Okay.
Go.
So I'm gonna take him over.
Ooh.
No, I'm
Blue leaf tubers are a delicacy around the world, but they're rare, very rare. The only place to find them is here in the Barrens, deep in the earth, in Razorfen Crowl. And even then, they're impossible to find unless you know just where to look. That's why I've trained these snuffle-nosed gophers to find them for me. They have great noses and can smell a tuber from 50 paces away. It won't be easy, but if you get me some tubers, I'll pay you handsomely.
Alright.
Time to go questing. That time. Go slaughter some centaur, fuck.
You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider. Go.
thought he was.
Uh, no pause. Pause, but can you pause? Ooh.
Or tried to kick. Been waiting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In the late 20s and early 1930s, it's simply true. 40% of lawyers in Germany, at least in big cities, were
That is. Oh yeah, no. That to the tell you which. Yeah, that. That.
Goodness, a cuddly little kitty. Died from fatigue? The fuck?
But just like the famous Ashbringer rumors, the in-game rumors never went anywhere. But exactly like the Ashbringer rumors, Blizzard did put a nod to the rumors in-game eventually. With the revamp of the old zones, Blizzard added a quest to the game that and then you get a cat pet as a reward. Not exactly a mount, but close enough. Another thing to note about the Bengal Tiger mount, if you look at which races can use it, it includes all of the vanilla races except the Taurens. This really shows you how early on in the alpha the mount was scrapped, since back then, Taurens were going to be given an ability to run as fast as mounts rather than given any actual mounts to ride. But Blizzard eventually decided to scrap that idea and gave Taurens the ability to ride mounts. But not before they scrapped the Bengal Tiger mount, apparently.
I recall an email that we got from Chris Metzen. Chris was incensed about something he had seen in some promotional materials where one of the designers had put a night elf on an orange tiger mount. Chris lost it. He was like, night elves should be on dark tigers only, black tigers, purple tigers, but never, ever, ever should a night elf be found on an orange tiger. So Rob emailed us all and reminded us that night elves could only be riding on approved tiger palette mounts.
For this video, I thought it would be fun to read through the manual that came with Vanilla WoW and compare some of the things it says with how the game works today. I'll be honest, a lot of the things are still mostly the same, but there were a few very noticeable differences. Like for one, the manual says that each faction only has 4 races. As of making this video, there are 9 available races to each faction, for a total of 18 playable races. Each faction individually now has more playable races than the combined amount of Horde and Alliance races from Vanilla WoW. And there are still 4 more races planning on being added soon, with Blizzard promising even more down the road. The manual also says there's only 9 classes to choose from, and that Paladins are Alliance only, and Shamans are Horde only. Well, there's only 12 classes to choose from today, so only 3 more since Vanilla WoW. The amount of new classes added since then isn't that drastic, like the amount of playable races. Also, Shamans and Pallies were made cross-faction the very next expansion in the Burning Crusade. Faction-exclusive
go for it. Make that art.
didn't stay in the game very long. In a screenshot of the in-game user face, on the mini-map, it has an indication for the day/night clock. In current WoW, at night, it only gets slightly darker, while in vanilla, it was a much bigger deal, so that part of the mini-map doesn't exist anymore. Characters gain access to new spells and abilities whenever they gain levels. To learn these new abilities, you must speak to your class trainer. In current WoW, you learn all of your spells automatically, and the only classes that still need to visit the trainers are mages to learn new portals. If you ask the ghost healer to resurrect you, you will lose a significant portion of experience. This amount will never force you to lose a level. Now, this part of the manual surprised me. I didn't know they had planned on making you lose experience on death. This never made it into vanilla though, and was only in beta stages of WoW. You see, in other MMOs at the time, that was pretty standard. I've heard stories of people dying a few times in raids and having to go back out and level up again, before being able to do more attempts due to the level loss. And one of the main appeals of WoW was its less punishing nature to deaths, and the fact that running around the world didn't have load screens, which was like magic to people back then, making it seem like a real open world. Although, one of the next paragraphs in the manual says, it is almost always better to run to your corpse rather than ask a spirit healer to resurrect you. That's because all you lose when you run to your corpse is time, which means you are only supposed to lose experience when rezzing from a spirit healer. You'll notice over the course of this video that the manual will say a few things that never even made it into vanilla WoW, which means the manual was probably written with beta WoW as a reference. Certain character classes can cast spells to raise you from the dead. The priest, shaman, and paladin all have resurrection spells. Notice how they do not list the druid among the classes that can res. Druids did have a battle res in vanilla though, just not a regular res for some reason. They were eventually given a normal res pretty early on in the game's life cycle, but I'm not sure if it was in vanilla WoW. Also, a note on resurrection sickness. When you are resurrected by a spell or soul stone, you revive with a condition called resurrection sickness. Resurrection sickness did exist, it was just applied by player reses and not the spirit healers. Nowadays, player reses impose no such disadvantages, and resing at the spirit healer gives res sickness. Critters are non-combative animals, such as sheep, rabbits, cows, and prairie dogs. These animals will never fight you, even if you attack them. Killing a critter earns you no experience. Little did they know about pet battles, which would be added only 8 years later. Also, critters will attack you if you get into combat with them. They just don't do very much damage. This next part will be about various stats. Strength determines the physical power of your character. A high strength improves your attack power. Strength is also a determining factor in how much damage you block if you use a shield. Rogues and hunters only use a partial value of strength to determine their power. Now, strength still kind of works the same way, only I'm not sure if it still increases the amount you can block, but it no longer provides any benefit to rogues and hunters. It used to be, I think, that strength classes would get 2 attack power per point of strength, and other classes would just get 1 attack power per point of strength. So while it wasn't as useful, it was still not half bad if you had a piece of gear with strength on it, as a rogue or hunter, which was probably the case quite frequently because vanilla pieces of gear were a mess when it came to which stats they had. Now onto agility. Agility improves your armor rating, your chance to dodge an attack, and your chance to score a critical hit with a melee or ranged attack, thus dealing increased damage. Rogues and hunters also use agility in combination with strength to determine their attack power. Old school agility was so nice. Current day agility just gives attack power, but it used to also give an increase to dodge, an increase to armor, and an increase to crit. It was good to the point where tanks didn't really mind it on a piece of gear, all the way up until late Wrath. Plus, the vanilla version gave rogues and hunters 2 attack power per point, and other classes only 1. But then in the Burning Crusade, it was changed only 1 attack power per point for all classes, because I guess Blizzard thought agility was too overpowered as is, for all the different stats it gave on top of attack power. But then it was changed back to 2 attack power for agility classes in Cataclysm, I think, and its other bonus effects weren't removed until Warlords of Draenor. So nowadays, agility only gives attack power, nothing else. Stamina affects your hit points, no matter what class you play. However, characters designed to absorb damage, such as warriors and paladins, gain more benefit from stamina than classes who have other capabilities, such as rogues and druids, who in turn gain more benefit from pure spellcasters, such as mages. This might be a little misleading, as stam was the same for all classes. It's just some classes could take talents that gave them more health and stuff like that. Intelligence improves your mana reserves. Intelligence has no bearing on non-spellcasting classes. Int used to increase your max mana all the way up until Mist of Pandaria, I believe. They also made it so that it gave you a little bit of spell crit later on. Despite what it says about not being usable for non-spellcasters, Int was a very highly valued stat by hunters for quite some time. I'm just not 100% sure if they liked it all that much in vanilla WoW though, but they did like it in TBC and Wrath. Also, Int used to increase like how fast you could gain weapon skills. So it was kind of useful for melee classes, just not in any kind of raid or PvP setting, and more in a pure put on intellect pieces of gear when you go out and grind weapon skills. Spirit determines the regeneration rate for your health and mana. A high spirit results in much faster regeneration, while a low spirit gives you reduced regeneration. Spirit is no longer in the game, and pretty much functioned the same way as it says here until it was removed. Also, Blizzard was trying to push the angle that all classes needed spirit and not just healers, and that's why I think some pieces of warrior gear had spirit on it, because it did increase your health as well as mana, only out of combat. There wasn't really a way to give you that out of combat regeneration in combat, outside of a very infamous troll racial that everybody made fun of for being bad. All characters start at level 1 in the game, and can advance in level by learning experience. The level cap in the game is 60. Once you achieve level 60, you cannot gain any more levels. Keep in mind that as an online role-playing game, World of Warcraft is always being updated with extra content. While at its release, the game has a level cap of 60, this cap will increase in future as the game continues to evolve. As of reading this now, the level cap is expected to be raised to 2 times the level cap of Vanilla WoW. Just goes to show how long ago this was. Experience is the only means of advancing your character levels, and is gained in 2 primary ways. Most experience comes from defeating monsters and from completing quests. A third means of getting experience, exploring the world, gives you so little experience compared to the 2 primary methods that it can't really help you gain character levels. Nowadays, there are a few more ways to get XP outside of the 3 listed in the manual. You now also get experience from battlegrounds, collecting materials from gathering professions, finding treasures, and from pet battles, in addition to killing monsters, exploring, and doing quests. Your class skills, which determine the effectiveness of your class spells and abilities, do not automatically improve when you level up. Instead, they improve as you use them. However, the skill cap you have in class skills does increase when you gain a level. For example, as a first level priest, your maximum skill level in holy magic is 5. As you cast holy spells, your holy skill will eventually max out at 5 points, until you advance to the next level and your holy magic skill cap increases. This was the old system of spell skills, which never made it into Vanilla WoW. But weapon skills did make it into the game and worked exactly how it's listed here. Except for, only using weapons instead of spells. The 4 slots at the bottom of your character window are for your handheld equipment. The first slot is for your primary hand, the second slot is for your offhand, the third slot is for your ranged weapon, and the 4th slot is for your ammunition. Nowadays, we only have 2 slots for weapons, not 4. It used to be you could have 2 melee weapons equipped along with a ranged weapon at the same time. The ranged weapon was almost exclusively just a stat stick for all classes except hunters. So Blizzard just removed it and moved ranged weapons and wands to the main hand slot. Although I guess an argument could be made that many casters did use their wands also, except you only ever wanded something if you didn't want to use mana. So when Blizzard kind of fixed the whole casters never run out of magic thing, they didn't really need wands anymore. For this next part, the manual lists all the types of item quality in the game. Gray, white, green, blue, and purple. And then hints that there may be a more powerful type out there. Obviously hinting at legendary. But in addition to those types, including legendaries, we now have the artifact quality, heirloom quality, and a quality only used for the WoW token. The manual lists all the classes and a little bit of info about them, so for this first part, I'll basically just summarize a few things that stood out to me, and not be comparing every little thing. For warriors, it details the importance of the stances they used to have, and lists some of the weapons they can use as advanced, including the ability to wear plate armor, which I think was just kind of a leftover thing from copying D&D, because it never really meant anything in-game, other than needing to learn how to use those weapons from weapon trainers out in the world, rather than just starting out being able to use those weapons. For mages, it says, a fragile class with little health and poor fighting ability. However, they make up for this physical weakness with their awesome spellcasting. Mages can dish out the most range damage in the shortest time. I thought that was funny. Mages are supposed to be a fragile class, which I mean, isn't entirely wrong today either. Mages are still kinda squishy, it's just, they also have one of the best defensive cooldowns, in the form of Ice Block. Mages did have Ice Block back then as well, it's just raid mechanics have changed over time, where a class with a full immunity cooldown is more valuable than a DPS class that just takes mildly less damage baseline. Also, the point about them being able to do the most range damage in the shortest time might still be true today. I'm not exactly an expert on which classes have the most burst damage, but I do remember back in Dragon's Soul, when guilds were progressing on the Spine of Deathwing, a fight which basically only required classes with the most burst possible. Half of the raids on all of the world first kills were comprised of mages for their burst damage. And from what I've read online, mages are still top tier when it comes to burst, but not overwhelming like that. While the Shaman, Druid, and Paladin can also heal, none of them can heal as well as the Priest. Also, the Priest has better resurrection spells than the Paladin or Shaman. Can you imagine a game in which the manual said something like this in an MMO today? Nowadays, all the healers are pretty equal. Priests just have 2 healing specs instead of 1. Also, I'm not sure what it means about priests being better at rezzing. Maybe priests brought them back to life with like more health or something? Which I guess is technically better, but I mean, still not a lot. For the rogue page, funny enough, a lot of the stuff is still kind of the same. Other than the fact that they also have a list of advanced weapons they can learn. Fun fact about Cheap Shot. Cheap Shot is one of the few abilities in the game that still works exactly the same as it did in Vanilla WoW. Their powerful buffs are among the best in the game, able to boost all attributes in addition to conferring strong armor and resistance bonuses. Their offensive spells, while good, are not meant as the Druid's main strength. I love how the Druid's selling point is their Mark of the Wild buff. Poor hybrid classes in vanilla, they just got the short end of the stick. Nowadays, they're properly balanced and no longer give that buff, which was their selling point. Although, it is planned to make a return in the next expansion. The Pally page basically just talks about their auras and seals they used to have, plus mentions a few times about how they excel at fighting undead, which apparently was a selling point in vanilla. Nowadays, they still kind of have auras and seals, just not in the way that they existed in vanilla WoW. And also, they no longer excel at fighting undead, but they do have some, flavor interactions with them in 1 or 2 abilities. The Shaman's unique power is totems. Totems are spiritual objects that a shaman must earn through questing. Once earned, a totem enables a shaman to cast totem spells associated with that totem's element. Totem spells can be purchased from a trader, although, in order to cast a totem spell, the appropriate elemental totem must be carried in the shaman's inventory. Totems are almost exclusively cooldowns now, but that was once what shamans were all about, and their selling point. You no longer need to go on crazy long quests to get your totem items to be able to use your totem abilities. Elemental shamans can still drop 4 totems at once with a talent, but those are mainly just there as like a fluff way of giving you passive buffs, and don't function like old school buff totems that gave everyone a buff. A hunter's pet must be kept happy, or it will leave you and even turn on you. For those of you who don't know, hunter pets once had a happiness bar, and if it was too unhappy, it would run away from you. Also, pets just lost happiness over time, so if you AFK'd in a city long enough without feeding your pet, it could leave you. Once a character achieves 10th level, it will begin earning talent points at the rate of 1 per level. Talent points can then be spent at the talents window. Every class has 3 lines of talents, not including a character's racial talents list. Alright, let's stop there. Racial talents? Now that's a new one. As many of you probably know, there were no such things as racial talents in Vanilla WoW. And in fact, I had no idea what this could be referring to, as I don't think it showed up in the beta either. But then I remembered a video I made last year, in which another YouTuber helped me out with an alpha client patch, which included skill points. So I went back and watched my video, and what do you know? Those skill points were indeed called talent points, and even had a TP next to their little indication saying what you needed to spend on them. Now, how these worked was that you got talent points as you leveled up, a lot more than 1, and could spend them on an incredibly large selection of talents, ranging from giving 2% increased chance to parry while wielding a 2-handed axe, not 2-handed weapons in general, literally just 2-handed axes. Also another for 2% more crit with 2-handed axes, 2% more attack power, and so on and so on. Same for all other weapons and spell schools, like a talent to increase your holy magic skill at the cost of reduced shadow resistances. There were a ton of talents like this, going over a wide range of incredibly specific things, and actually looked really neat, if not a tad bit cumbersome. Although these didn't make it into beta WoW, so this manual might have had this part written during an alpha WoW development stage. Now to continue on with the rest of this article from the game manual. Talent points can be spent to purchase talents, which can do a variety of things. Many talents can improve your class's existing abilities, give you new abilities, or improve your class skills. All classes have the same talent points, but no single character can hope to acquire every single talent. Thus, there are many talent choices open to your character, and your choices will help differentiate you from other players playing the same class. Talents are still technically in the game, but they work nothing like how they're listed here. Nowadays, you get a new talent once every 15 levels or so, and you just choose 1 of 3 abilities. Also, there it goes again talking about class skills, which never made it to live. In addition, there are race restrictions on weapon skills. Gnome warriors, for example, cannot use bows, while night elf warriors can't use guns. I did not know about this. Apparently, it was planned for some races to not be able to use certain weapons. I'm pretty sure that didn't make it into Vanilla WoW though, and instead, races just got racial bonuses if you used a certain weapon, like trolls getting a bonus for using bows and dwarfs getting a bonus for using guns. To harvest an herb, simply right-click on it. If you have the necessary skill level, you'll almost always open a loot window containing the herbs you found. If you get a message telling you that you failed to harvest the herb, simply retry it. Apparently, you could fail when trying to herb or mine. That is not the case today. Every character can learn up to 2 trade skills. This enables a player to be self-sufficient and choose 1 gathering trade skill and 1 production trade skill. Alternatively, you could learn 2 gathering trade skills or 2 production trade skills. No character can learn more than 2 trade skills. However, secondary skills such as fishing and cooking do not follow under this restriction. Notice how it doesn't list first aid as a secondary skill. Also, later on in the manual, it lists first aid under the production trade skills, like blacksmithing and leatherworking, which hints that first aid was meant to be a primary profession for some time. Nowadays, first aid is a secondary profession, although it is planned on being removed in the next expansion. Hearthstone can only be used every 60 minutes, so after you use a Hearthstone, you must wait another hour before you can use it again. Nowadays, Hearthstones have a 30-minute cooldown, and can be lowered to 15 minutes through a guild perk. But for the longest time, it did have a 1-hour cooldown that couldn't be lowered. As with aerial mount travel, only Horde players may use the Horde Zeppelins, and only Alliance players may use the Alliance ships. I assume this means you couldn't sneak onto ships as Horde and use them at one point, because today, as long as you can sneak onto boats or Zeppelins, they work for both factions. It's just they're surrounded by hostile NPCs. Each race has its own unique type of mount, except for Tauren, who are too big to ride animals and must resort to their planes running racial ability. Yeah, that did not make it into Vanilla WoW. Taurens were given Kodos to ride eventually. Now, all races can ride pretty much any mount, and there's just faction restrictions instead of racial ones. There are 3 auction houses in the world: a Horde auction house in Orgrimmar, an Alliance auction house in Ironforge, and a neutral auction house in the Goblin city of Gadgetzan. Auctioneers exist within these auction houses and allow you to buy or sell items without having to go through the trade channel. There are now auction houses in pretty much every major city, and even in your garrison. Plus, they're all connected now. That was not the case in Vanilla WoW. Honor points. As you kill opposing players and special PvP-enabled non-player characters, you will earn honor points. You also gain honor points for conquering contested battlegrounds and slaying important NPCs, such as leaders and generals of the opposing faction. At the end of each day, these honor points will be distributed to all players who participated in PvP gameplay, with players contributing the most kills for their side earning the most points. These honor points accumulate to give you a PvP rank, which can fluctuate based on your participation and success in PvP play. Honor points basically work this way in vanilla, and were later on changed into a currency you just got immediately after doing PvP stuff. And then today, it's just how you level up your honor talents. Dishonor points. Even among enemies as bitter as the Horde and Alliance, there is honor. If you flaunt this honor and engage in objectionable PvP play, such as killing new players vastly inferior to your level, or killing essential non-combat NPCs such as Flight Masters or Quest Givers, you will earn dishonor. If you accumulate enough dishonor through your criminal actions, you will be branded an outlaw. As a consequence, you'll suffer experience penalties, lose access to your own faction cities, and become so hated by even your own. Now, dishonor points did make it into the game, but they did not work nearly as drastic as it says in the manual. Dishonor basically just made it so you lost any honor you gained at the end of the week. It was like just negative honor points, and sometimes people would group up with people who they wanted to lose honor points and go around and kill a bunch of vendors and quest NPCs to tank their rating. However, let's go over a little bit more about dishonor points in the manual too. Recovering dishonor. World of Warcraft is forgiving of transgressions, and if you refrain from dishonorable actions for a long enough time, you will eventually return to favor with your faction and cast off your criminal label. So, it seems like you would have been able to return to normal playing status eventually. And finally, at the end, there are maps of the old world. Lots of it are still the same, kind of. The Cataclysm did change a lot of things around, but I'm kind of comparing this to like Vanilla WoW's version. But on the Eastern Kingdom segment, you can clearly see the island of Kul Tiras, Tol Barad, and Zuldar. Tol Barad wasn't added to the game until Cataclysm. Kul Tiras won't be added until the next expansion, and Zuldar is still not in the game. Zuldar is an island the Horde used in the Second War to stage their invasion into Lordaeron, and shows up in the first mission in Warcraft 2, I think. So, all 3 islands have been in the game's lore for quite some time, but it's funny to see how close they are to everything on this map, and they are in such drastically different locations in-game. Many people will refer to rogues in vanilla WoW as overpowered, and point to the fact that they could stunlock someone forever until death as proof of this. But could rogues really do that? And where did this infamy come from? Back in vanilla WoW, rogues had a lot of things going well for them. Before patch 1.8, slow weapons did a lot more damage than faster weapons for instant attacks, which affected rogues' most used combo generator, Sinister Strike. Rogues could macro weapons into abilities with no cooldown on weapon swapping, so you could always hit with the sword for Sinister Strike, and always hit with a dagger for backstabs whenever you wanted. Eviscerate, rogue's main way of spending combo points, just did a large sum of static damage, and didn't scale with anything. It also did really good damage for what it was, and could do about 50% of a player's health as damage to low armor targets with a crit. Plus, DRs on CC abilities were a lot more lax during this time period, and PvP trinkets didn't remove all types of CC, only certain kinds. If you cheap shot someone for a 4-second stun, then used Vanish and cheap shot again right after, the next one would only be for 2 seconds. It's just lots of abilities didn't share DRs like they do today, and rogues had a lot of different CC abilities. Rogues had a total of 5 good CC abilities they could use. Cheap Shot, which required them to be in stealth to use and stun the target for 4 seconds and gave 2 combo points. Kidney Shot, which with 5 combo points could stun for 6 seconds, and did not share DRs with Cheap Shot. So if you used Kidney Shot right after a Cheap Shot, you could stun someone for 10 seconds. Gouge, which incapacitated the target for 4 seconds, which broke on damage and could only be used from the front. Sap, which could only be used in stealth, incapacitated the target for over 10 seconds, but did remove you from stealth during this time period. And finally Blind, which caused the target to wander back and forth for about 10 seconds and also broke on damage. Of these 5 CCs, Cheap Shot and Kidney Shot were the most used and useful, but the other abilities absolutely contributed to the infamous status of the Stunlock rogues. Most people just incorrectly associate Stunlock rogues to only Cheap and Kidney Shot. So, where does this infamy come from? In Vanilla WoW, a user put out a video by the name of World of Roguecraft that wanted to prove that a rogue who knew how to play his class was unbeatable, and showed this by getting on a rogue with no gear and only a starting zone dagger, going out into the world and ganking high-level PvPers. And with most of these kills, the rogue never took any damage, and was able to seemingly stunlock a player to death. But surprisingly, stuns played a very small part in these CC chains. The real MVP of these videos was Blind. The player would go up and open with a Cheap Shot, build combo points, vanish, and then Cheap Shot again, only with a 2-second duration. After those 6 seconds of stuns were over, he would use Blind, and then just wait to leave combat, re-stealth, and then sap. Wait to leave combat again, and then re-stealth and pop Preparation. Preparation was a cooldown that reset all other rogue cooldowns. That way, he was good to go for another rotation. The reason he waits through a full Blind and sap is to let Cheap Shot come off DRs. If we count up all the seconds of CC, that's 6 seconds for Cheap Shot, 10 seconds for Blind, about 10 seconds for sap, for a total of around 26 seconds of CC. Only to reset the cooldowns of Blind to do it all over again. And during these 2 26-second long CC chains, the rogue also gets in at least 2 Cold Blood Eviscerates. Cold Blood, of course, was a cooldown that caused your next attack to have a 100% crit chance, which, remember, Eviscerate could crit for nearly 50% the health of a geared, low armor target in Vanilla WoW. That, with a combination of a few other hits and maybe one other normal Eviscerate, could kill a player in a 1v1 situation, even if, over the course of the 50-second fight, only 12 seconds of that were spent in a stun. Although, the main power to the stunlock was actually Blind. Blind is the MVP of the stun rogue rotation, yet you don't hear about the infamous Blind rogues. In fact, Blind was so strong with preparation resets that for the rest of WoW after Vanilla, Blizzard made sure it excluded blind from being reset, starting with the start of the Burning Crusade. So what about just pure stun rogues? Well, in the same video, the character shows duels in the open world with an actual geared rogue, and uses this ulti with good gear and an item that refills your energy bar. The rogue was able to kill some people with only a cheap shot kidney shot combo. So he really did kill people in a 10-second stun lock. Although, not all of them. A lot of the matches required more skill than that, but he was able to kill some of them within that stun lock window. Of course, it's also well known that some of the duels in those videos were staged, but that didn't really matter. What did matter was that it was technically possible to kill geared players with a rogue naked, but only in one-on-one situations and only against classes that couldn't break your CCs, unless you were really good. So is World of Roguecraft the only reason rogues were known as stun rogues and so overpowered? Kind of. Rogues were the only class who could easily stun a player for 10 seconds straight with a simple cheap shot kidney shot combo, which was pretty good. But also, rogues were just really good at the beginning of the game too, and were very easy to play well. Once patch 1.8 hit and weapons got normalized, they lost a big edge and damage that they once had, and that kind of brought them in line with other classes. So, for a while, rogues had good damage and CC. Most private servers run with patch 1.12, which is a lot more balanced and takes place after the weapon normalization patch, so you don't hear too many complaints about rogues from the private server community, who like to pretend they played vanilla WoW. So when classic servers come out, you don't really have to worry about rogues being overpowered, but rogues do have a really good matchup against most classes in PvP. That's another thing that kind of contributed to their infamous status. Against Clothies, rogues hit the hardest and only have to worry about a good mage who knew how to kite. Most hybrid classes were garbage and not really a concern for a pure DPS class like a rogue. And that just kind of left hunters and warriors. A pet could keep the rogue in combat and not allow CC chains, and warriors could break saps and hit through their defensive cooldowns. But both classes had a crucial weakness that rogues could take advantage of: the 5 to 8 yard dead zone. If a rogue was smart and just put its bleeds up and kited in that dead zone, they could just slowly bleed kite a warrior or hunter to death. So, now let's break everything down. A naked rogue could kill a player through a complicated CC chain, but that CC chain revolved around blind and not really a stun. A geared rogue could kill a player through a stun lock, but not always, and only against certain classes. Rogues had an above average damage for a majority of WoW, but not towards the end of it. And finally, rogues had good matchups against all classes in 1v1 situations. And I think it's a combination of these four things that leads to the notion of rogues being overpowered in vanilla WoW, and led to the infamous name of the stun rogues, which was only further reinforced in the Burning Crusade when mace spec rogues became a thing. Especially since it's a common misconception that mace rogues were a problem in vanilla WoW too. But that's another topic for a different video. The reason vanilla barons, and to a lesser extent TBC and Wrath barons, is remembered so fondly by Horde players, and was so popular, was because of a combination of bad planning and zone design by Blizzard. If you look at some of the earliest screenshots of WoW, you'll notice that almost all of it is Alliance zones and cities. And pretty much all Alliance zones were created before they worked on the Horde zones, leading many people to speculate that Blizzard just kind of ran out of time when it came to the Horde zones. And because of this, or maybe not, after all, there is no concrete proof, but what is undeniable, that for a lot of various different reasons, if you were Horde, you were going to end up in the Barrens eventually. In vanilla, there was no dungeon finder, and the low-level dungeons themselves could take anywhere from 1 to 4 hours to complete, if you did manage to get a group together. So those were out of the question if you wanted an alternative to quick leveling. Battlegrounds did not start giving experience until late in Wrath of the Lich King, mining and herbalism didn't give experience either, and obviously pet battles weren't a thing back then. So all the alternative routes that exist today to leveling just weren't there. The only way to efficiently get XP was to grind mobs or quest. The Barrens was basically a funnel point for 3 of the 4 playable races in Horde, After their starting zone, Tauren, trolls, and orcs were naturally led through the Barrens, and even undead would travel there sometimes rather than deal with Silverpine Forest or Terran Mill. The zone itself was massive, probably one of the biggest zones ever in the entire game. It also had only 3 flight paths, and even less graveyards. 1 flight path in Ratchet, 1 at the Crossroads, and a 3rd at Camp Taurajo. The flight path from Ratchet to the Crossroads was an extremely short flight, but the one from the Crossroads to Camp Taurajo was the most useful one, and even then, those 3 flight paths covered only a very small portion of the map, so you had to run everywhere. At that time, you didn't get a mount until level 40, and Old Barrens was notorious for sending you to all the very far corners of the zone for questing, so you were running marathons for everything. In addition, it also had the largest level range of any zone, spanning 15 levels. So you pretty much had to go to the Barrens. You stayed there for a long time, and you had to do very long, boring runs to get to quests. On top of some of the quests being infamous for being awful, Mancrick's wife being one, and probably the most known quest in WoW, the Venture Coast Samaflange quest, the terrible escort quest, Free from the Hold, and collecting 4 zebra hooves with a very low drop chance, and various other similar low drop chance gathering quests. The Zebra, a quest that required you to do one simple little task. Go out into the Barrens and kill zebra for 4 hoofs. Not so bad, right? I mean, each zebra has 4 hoofs, don't they? Well, actually no, because this quest, if you focused on it, and only it, would take you about an hour to complete. The problem with the quest was twofold. 1, there were not a lot of zebras, and they liked to roam alone. And 2, they had a really low chance to drop the hooves. So you had to go around and hunt down these little bastards, and then hope the RNG gods were on your side when you finally found one. Lost in Battle, one of the most infamous quests ever. The objective was simple: find out what happened to Mancrick's wife. Only this was in the time before there was a vast, readily available database of information. So in order to find his wife, you'd have to dig through pages of comments and message boards or forums, since her body was not in an obvious location. Mancrick gave you the quest here, and his wife's body is over here, just randomly to the side of the road, not near any other quests, and very far away from Mancrick. The easiest way to find out where Mancrick's wife was to simply ask in chat. And Barrens being the most populated zone in those days, you had plenty of people more than willing to help you locate Mancrick's wife. But after the question has been asked for maybe the 10th time in the past 30 minutes, people would start giving not so serious answers, which would then devolve into more off-topic discussions, most of which involving various links to certain legendary weapons, and the tales and exploits of one known as Chuck Norris. Barrens chat. If Barrens isn't remembered for its terrible questing experience, because really I could go on and on about some of the other really terrible quests in the zone, the Barrens chat is what Trade Chat started out as. Random trolling, anal theory, blessed blade of the Windseeker, and other various in-jokes and memes. And since so many Horde players spent so long in this one zone, running very slowly all over the place because it was massive, and only had 2 relevant flight points, you had a lot of free time to chat while auto-running to the Crossroads. And that is why Barrens is remembered, for Barrens chat, and its incredible leveling experience. Oh, and also Alliance raids. The Barrens chat might have been full of memes and childish trolling, but it was also full of the Crossroads is under attack, since it seemed like the Crossroads were always under attack. So, why were the Crossroads always under attack? Well, for a number of reasons. For one, the Alliance knew that there were a lot of Horde players in the Barrens. And not only that, but low-level Horde players. The Barrens also had a very crucial geographical flaw that Alliance zones of similar level did not have. Ratchet. This little city was neutral, had a boat to the Eastern Kingdoms, and a very short run to the Crossroads, which was nearby. The Crossroads is also where a majority of the quest givers were located, So just simply taking the easy and convenient boat to Ratchet and running leisurely into the crossroads and pulling the guards one by one, since at this time guards did not all Zerg attackers like they do today, a small group of max level Alliance players could hold the crossroads hostage for quite some time. And why not? It was easy to do. And you were almost guaranteed to get a few lowbie trolls, orcs, or taurens try and fight you because they didn't know any better. So it was easy pickings. Until the max level Horde players came in to clean house. The Crossroads was a site of constant world PvP. Depending on your server, there could be a couple of small scale battles taking place every day. The only reason the Barrens isn't more well known for its world PvP is because it's already infamous for a whole host of other things, that this aspect of it kinda gets overshadowed. And don't get me started on the landscape. The landscape of the zone. It's alright actually. Landscapes are a very subjective thing to discuss, and many people have fond memories of the barren wasteland that they spent weeks, maybe even months leveling through. Personally, I was never the biggest fan of the zone's aesthetics, but it could look very cool at times. In Cataclysm, with the remake of the old world, the Barrens was cut in half and turned into 2 leveling zones, and each zone is about the same size as other regular size zones, which should tell you something about just how huge the old Barrens was, if splitting it in half made each new zone only normal sized. And with the splitting of the zone, most of the old qualities of vanilla Barrens are gone. You no longer need to stay in any zone for very long with all the alternative ways to level. And with Dungeon Finder being available at level 15, most players totally skip it altogether. So Barrens chat isn't even a thing anymore. Blizzard fixed pretty much all the old quests to no longer be absolutely terrible. So no more spending an hour killing zebras for 4 hoofs. And guards in low-level towns are actually a threat now. So it's not as easy to take the crossroads as it once was. So world PvP is almost non-existent there anymore. With Blizzard making changes to the zone to fix its many problems, they got rid of what made it unique. But that's not always a bad thing. Sure, we'll never have the old Barrens again, because most of the things that made it such a heavily traveled zone were because of bad zone design. So would you even want that again? Is it better to have a good zone that's kind of forgettable that hardly anyone goes to? Or a bad zone that everyone's forced to go to? Because that's what Old Barrens was. Back in the day, shamans needed to have a totem in their bag in order to use totems. And slowly, as you leveled up, you got quests to go out and discover one of the 4 elemental types of totems. The second totem you learn is the water totem. And let me detail what a level 20 quest in order to unlock a class-defining feature entailed. First up, since shamans were horde only in vanilla, you could start the quest in Diritar or Grimmar or Thunderbluff, but it didn't really matter where you started because they all send you to the same place, Eastland Waterseer in Ratchet. Eastland will then send you to the southern part of the Barrens to talk to Brine. The Barrens in Vanilla WoW was the largest zone in the game, and also spanned the highest level range of any other zone. So while it was a long run to Brine, at least Ratchet is located in the middle of the Barrens, and Shamans got Ghost Wolf form at level 20, so they had a bit of a speed boost even if they didn't get mounts until level 40. Once you got to Brine, she would send you to a nearby pool to collect some water, which is pretty easy because it's right next to her house. Not so bad so far, right? Once you collect the water sample, she will then send you to Terran Mill to get a water sample from the well in the middle of the town. Now, let me tell you a thing or two about how far away Terran Mill is from this point in the Barrens. Assuming no Hearthstone is used, you had to run the full length of the Barrens to Orgrimmar, then take the Zeppelin to Undercity. Shamans can't be forsaken, so at this point in the game, there's no reason for the races that could be Shamans to have any flight points in the Eastern Kingdoms. So, it was a run to Terran Mill. And at level 20, your only method was to run through Silverpine Forest first. Now, I went into an older version of the game, in Ghost Wolf form, and timed my run from the front of Undercity to Terran Mill. and it took 10 minutes, which, honestly, a little bit of a shorter run than I thought it would be. Once in Terranmeal, all you had to do was get a little sample of water in the well, and then bring it back to Brine in the Barrens. So hop-tail back to Undercity, take the Zeppelin to Org, and then run the full length of the Barrens to its southern tip, or take some flight points, as you should have them all at this point. And finally, after all the running and travel involved and turning in the quest, you will be at the halfway point. Next, Brine will send you to a pool in Ashenvale, located in the middle of the zone. So you have to run the full length of the Barrens again, and then halfway through Ashenvale to a little island in the middle of the ruins of Stardust. Grab some water from the well in the middle of the bog elementals, and then hightail it back to Splintertail Post, if you wanted to fly back. And then go through the full length of the Barrens again, and turn in the quest. Brine will then send you back to Eastland, just south of Ratchet for the next part of the quest. Eastland will then send you to Silverpine Forest to kill a water elemental. So you had to hightail your way back to Orgrimmar, take the Zeppelin to Undercity again, and make your way down to Silverpine Forest. Luckily, the water elemental is located near the top of the zone, where you come in from Undercity, so it's not as long of a run. The place you need to go to in Silverpine is in a hidden, out-of-the-way coastal region that you can only get to by running to the coast, and then following it until you run into a bunch of water elementals just hanging around. I'm not sure how many people found this place back when information was scarce and there were no quest markers in-game, because this is not in an obvious location. Once you get there, you need to drink your potion, which will allow you to fight one of the elementals, and then after you kill it, you'll get the quest item you need to click on the bonfire, which will spawn another water elemental, who will then give you a quest to turn into Eastland. So then, you go back to Undercity, take the Zeppelin to Org, and then make your way down to Eastland south of Ratchet and turn in the quest. And that's it. You're finally done. You now have completed your low-level quest for an essential item needed to use a whole host of your abilities. In this video, we'll go over 10 things that appeared in the game's files, but never made it into the live version of the game for one reason or another. And starting off this list at number 10, we have the Island of Kaladar. Kaladar was the name Blizzard originally gave the island that the world tree Teldrassil was going to be on top of. Once Teldrassil outgrew the island, they decided to build the city on top of it. But there were plans for the island to still be called Kaladar anyway. Eventually, though, Blizzard kind of retconned the name of the island and just referred to it as Teldrassil at all times, even when not talking about the tree itself. But since the original name of the island was Kaladar, a lot of the map assets of the tree are referred to as belonging to the Zone of Kaladar, and a lot of the map assets are located in the folder called Kaladar on the WoW's client. And not only that, Kaladar was also the name of a battleground in Alpha WoW's testing, which never actually made it into the game. It seems Blizzard was 100% ready to go with the name Kaladar before they decided to just use Teldrassil for everything. In the Beta WoW and Alpha WoW clients, there existed two troll islands off the coast of Stranglethorn Vale, called the Island of Dr. Lapis and Gilligim's Island. Now, what's unique about both of these islands is that they were both basically done and were almost completely textured and full of trees, ruins, artifacts on the beach, and even a few houses and small abandoned towns and caves. Although, none of these textures were unique, which means they did eventually use everything on this island somewhere else in WoW. Now, considering both of these islands existed in lore and showed up a lot in the early WoW maps, it's a mystery as to why they were removed. But then again, a lot of stuff was removed for pretty mundane reasons, as we found out in the WoW Diary book, which came out last year. In the Warlords of Draenor beta, a new battleground was added to the game files called Heroes Through Time. Based on a Twitter comment of someone asking the PvP director about the island, Blizzard stated that it was an idea they were experimenting with, but that they eventually decided not to go with it in Warlords. The map is structured very similar to most Battleground maps, as it has basically mirrored maps on both sides of the island, with the top half looking like it probably belonged to the Alliance, as it's all clean and proper and green, with the bottom half looking like it was probably the Horde zone, with red buildings and a little bit more rough in its architecture. Not much more is known about this island, though. And at number 7, we have the Stormwind Warrior District. In Cataclysm, Blizzard experimented with another version of Old Town that included a retextured version of Stormwind Keep. Since Blizzard had to redesign Stormwind to account for flying in Cataclysm, it's possible they were planning on adding another district to Stormwind, called the Warrior District. Although this portion of Stormwind went unused and was never fully developed, so it's most likely just an idea they were throwing about. One that they put a little bit more time and effort into than they usually would, considering it also made it into the game files. And at number 6, we have another unused battleground, and that's the Defense of the Ale House. This battleground map made it into the game files during Mist of Pandaria in patch 5.2, and is a 3-lane battleground which seems to take place in Townlong Steppes. Now, seeing as the name of the battleground is a pretty obvious reference to the Defense of the Ancients, which was the original name of Dota, it seems like this map was supposed to be a MOBA mode for a battleground. While I have no clue how a MOBA would work with WoW's gameplay and battleground mechanics, being a fan of the MOBA genre myself, I would have loved to have seen Blizzard attempt to do it anyway, although it seems like they have no intentions of coming back to this map, and sadly, they probably won't ever release it. And at number 5, we have the Undead Nerubian Beast model. With the Wrath of the Lich King beta, a new model is added to the game files simply named Undead Nerubian Beast. This model has 5 different color variations, but no animations, which is pretty standard for models added to the game files, but never actually used in the game. They don't usually waste time animating models they don't intend to use. Now, considering there are plenty of Undead Nerubians in Wrath of the Lich King, it's pretty obvious why they made this, as it was probably a prototype for what the Nerubians were going to be in the game. And then they just ended up going with the models we actually got in the game instead. Although these could have just been another variation of them, but whatever the case, eventually they were scrapped and just never removed from the game files. And at number 4, we have some unused voice files. It's pretty rare for them to have voice actors record lines they never intend to use, and in this instance we have voice lines for Runas the Shamed. In NPC, players get to know very well while questing in Legion through the Azuna Zone. Now, in the questing zone, Runas is an NPC you come across as a wizard trying to attack you. After you beat him up a little bit, he decides to help you out, and tells you about an invasion planned by a horde of other wizards who want to attack the blue dragons and steal their mana. And during the quest chain, Runas constantly talks about how he would never think of betraying you. And at the very end, he keeps true to his word, and dies due to his mana withdrawals. Now, with the unused voice lines of Runas, we get a different ending to this quest chain. In the voice lines, Runas talks about taking the Tidestone, attacking the blue dragons, and stealing all their mana crystals. Currently, Runas is remembered fondly because of what actually went down in-game, where he helps players. So, I think it was a good move that they didn't go with the betrayal storyline, that these unused voice files hint were a planned option.
The Tidestone. Such power. We will feast on the dragons instead. Sisters, brothers, the great mana crystal I promised lies in the pool above. Forget the Tidestone, brothers. Let the lizards and the lowborn have their crystal. Two can play at this game, except my touch actually hurts. Know your place or be put in it. If you don't stop, I'll drain every last drop of energy out of your corpse. Plebeian. Oh, the Nightborn are not what they seem. So sorry, my friends. I just couldn't help myself.
And at number 3, we have the Items of Proficiency. This was a series of items which would give extra skills in certain weapons, up to a maximum of +7 in that weapon skill, which is incredibly high. So basically, there are some items in the game that give random stats, and they generally fit to a kind of theme based on the name of that item. So, an item of the bear, for example, would always have strength and stamina on it. An item named of the tiger would always have strength and agility, and so on and so on. They would group up the stats based on arbitrary names. So they had random stats, but were always related to whatever they were named after, and sometimes would even be specific, like of shadow protection, which would give increased stamina and shadow resistance. And of proficiency items gave +1 through +7 in all weapon skills, but these items were never actually added to the game. And there was a pair of gloves in Vanilla WoW that were incredibly sought after because they gave weapon skills. And I think these gloves gave +7 weapon skills in 3 different weapons. So, If these of proficiency items would have been added, they probably would have been very sought after, which is why they were probably never added. But these items were completely programmed into the game, so you could even create macros that would link to them, despite the fact that none of them actually existed. And at number 2, we have some more unused voice files, and these are for Lorthamar and Romoth. There is a whole set of voice lines indicating that Romoth was supposed to be the traitor during the Cataclysm for the Endtime dungeon. During Cataclysm, there was a Twilight cultist traitor in both the Horde and Alliance, who was feeding information to Deathwing, and caused a lot of problems in the Horde. On the Alliance side, the traitor ended up being Archbishop Benedictus, which was kind of a big deal as he was a major lore figure. So for the Horde side to be Romoth, just kind of made sense in relation. Romoth, for those of you who don't know, is one of the few lore-important Blood Elf NPCs, and is always accompanying Lorthamar, and is located in-game next to Lorthamar and Silvermoon. He has been involved in a lot of points in WoW, including being the NPC Horde players talk to during the Purging of Dalaran scenario of Mista Pandaria, and he was also one of Kael'thas's staunchest and most loyal supporters, but turned away from Kael'thas and sided with Lorthamar instead when he found out how far Kael'thas had fallen, which was a big deal for his character. So he was a morally good character who wanted the best for his people, and there's a reason why they changed his planned traitor status, because it didn't really fit with his pre-established lore. Now, the voice files themselves basically just have Lorthamar accusing Romoth of being the Twilight traitor, shows him proof, and then there's voice lines of them fighting each other.
Romoth, you stand accused of high treason to Silvermoon, and of being a member of the Twilight Council.
Ah, the long knives come out. Is there proof to these accusations?
This document. It's your handwriting. I'd recognize it anywhere.
You leave me no choice, then. It's a pity, really. I had plans for our people. There is a war coming, and I've chosen to be on the winning side. You forced my hand a little early, perhaps, but I think you'll find I'm still playing from a position of strength. Feel my wrath!
And at number 1, we have the Wrath of the Lich King server first titles. Back in Wrath of the Lich King is when Blizzard added achievements to the game, including the idea of getting titles attached to your characters based on certain achievements. And there was a series of feat of strengths you can get in-game for being the first person on your server to hit max level, get the highest level and the newest level of professions, and for being the first person to complete the Northrend Vanguard achievement, which was an achievement for getting exalted reputations with all of the Northrend reputations available at the beginning of the expansion. Getting server first in any of these 3 things would award you with the server first feat of strength, and a special title that only you would have. Like, for example, the first priest on the server to hit level 80 would get the Prophet title. The first Grandmaster Enchanter would get the Grandmaster Enchanter title. And the first Northrend Vanguard would get the Hero of Northrend title. And only that one person could get that one title per server. Now, there was a huge outcry in the forums over these titles, so during the beta, Blizzard removed the titles associated to these achievements and only left in the titles granted for getting the server first raid kills. People really didn't like the idea of only one person having an exclusive title, but were a little bit more okay with a group of people having an exclusive title for achieving a legitimately hard feat, like getting a server first raid kill. Eventually, Blizzard removed server first achievements altogether, but it seems like it was a neat idea to get an exclusive title like that. Trinkets in Vanilla WoW are rare, so make sure to keep any you find while leveling up. And in this list, I'll go over trinkets you can find on your travels to max level that appear in Phase 1, and order them in ease of acquiring and low level requirements in mind, and not necessarily which are the absolute best to grab, because some of those are very difficult to get a hold of. And at number 10, we have the Cold Basilisk Eye, which can be obtained at around level 35 as a rare drop from killing Basilisk in Stranglethorn Vale. Now, this isn't a very useful trinket, as all it does is give a minor attack speed slow for 15 seconds on a 5-minute cooldown. But it is one of the earliest trinkets you can obtain for basically any class, and does have the niche distinction of giving paladins a range pool option, since the trinket has a 30-yard range. Now, like I said, in order to obtain this trinket, you'll have to farm Cold Eye Basilisks, who are around level 40 and located in the Stranglethorn Vale. This trinket has a pretty low drop chance of around 3%, but it is bind on equip, so you can just buy one off the auction house, or sell it yourself if you do happen to come across it. And since this item isn't that useful, and isn't that easy to get, it's only at the number 10 spot on this list, but it still does make the list because it is one of the lowest level trinkets you can get in the game. Now, for the next two items on this list, we'll have engineering trinkets, the first of which is the Gnomish Universal Remote. This item requires you to have at least 125 skill in engineering, but does not require Gnomish engineering despite its name. You just need regular engineering at skill level 125, which can be obtained as early as level 10. So, this is the earliest trinket you can obtain on this list, though there are probably other engineering trinkets at around this level. I'm only going over the best ones. Now, in order to be able to craft this trinket, you need to buy the engineering schematic, which is sold in limited quantities at a vendor in Ironforge or Thousand Needles. And what this trinket does is give you the ability to mind control mechanical targets, which works like the Priest Mind Control, where it replaces your action bar with the Mex bar, and allows you to control the robot directly, all on a 3-minute cooldown. Although, being an engineering item, this trinket has a chance to fail, and when it fails, it will make the mech very angry at you and give you something like 5,000 extra threat. But, if you want a trinket at early levels, engineering is the way to go, especially for the next item on this list. And at number 8, we have the Gnomish Cloaking Device. Now, despite the name of this trinket, this one does not require you to have Gnomish engineering either, just a regular engineering skill of at least 200, which can be obtained at level 20. And what this trinket does is allow you to go invisible for 10 seconds, which is an actually pretty useful effect. And unlike basically all other engineering trinkets, this one does not have a chance to fail, and works every time. The big downside to this, though, is that it does have a 1-hour cooldown. Now, in order to learn how to make the Gnomish Cloaking Device, you do need to buy another limited quantity schematic from a vendor, just like with the Universal Remote. Except this one is located on a secret vendor in the Alteric Mountains, which I'll show on screen. And the schematic can be bought and sold on the auction house, so you might be able to get one easier from there instead. Of course, if it's your first character and you're leveling up normally, it's much cheaper to just camp out the schematic yourself. And at number 7, we have a non-engineering item, as I won't mention any more in this list, even though there are a couple of other really good low-level ones, and that is the Thunder Brew Boot Flask. This trinket, on a 30-minute cooldown, allows you to breathe fire for 5 seconds, doing about 50 fire damage to everything in front of you, but at the side effect of making your character drunk in the process. Now, this trinket is actually a pretty decent AoE trinket at low levels, and even at higher levels, if you're playing a class that just has god-awful AoE, or none at all, and can be obtained and equipped at level 44. Now, there is a little bit of a downside to this trinket, and that is absolutely its ease of access. It's an Alliance-only trinket, and the starter quest is located in a hidden part of Westfall, and the quest itself is one of those long cross-continental journey type quests, where you have to go to multiple different zones and do multiple different things in order to complete it. Which is why this trinket has kind of a lower spot on this list, but is still absolutely worth getting, if for its neat little unique effect. And at number 6, we have Lincoln's Boomerang. Now, this is a really good trinket, which, on a 3-minute cooldown, has a chance to stun or disarm your target, as well as do a little bit of damage to them. And I think this might be the only way to get a disarm ability if you're on a class which doesn't have one baseline, just to show you how unique that effect is. This trinket has a pretty high level requirement though, as the quest chain that gives you this trinket requires level 56, which is almost near max level, and the quest chain required in order to obtain this trinket is another one of those really long cross-continental journey ones, which starts in Ungoro Crater. So, not exactly easy to do at all while leveling up, and more something you do once you're already at max level if you want a really good trinket. But still technically fits the parameters of this list, and that's why it's only towards the middle of the list instead of towards the top, considering just how good the effect actually is, even for max level players. And at number 5, we have Mark of the Chosen. This is a level 48 trinket, which is a reward from a quest chain that requires you to go into Maradon, a dungeon which wasn't added to the game until patch 1.2, as it was the first dungeon added to the game after the release of World of Warcraft. Luckily, Phase 1 of Classic WoW will include this dungeon at launch, which means you can get the Mark of the Chosen trinket. The trinket itself has a 2% chance every time you're hit to gain 25 in all stats for 1 minute. And this effect is actually really good. And some players would even use it at max level before they got raid gear to replace it. Because even though this trinket looks like a tanking specific trinket, as that's basically what it is at max level, while leveling up, your character should be getting hit all the time, which means this trinket will proc for the average low-level players questing through the world, which makes it perfect for this list, even if you do have to run a dungeon in order to complete the quest to obtain this trinket. And at number 4, we have the Nifty Stopwatch. This trinket gives you a 40% speed buff for 10 seconds, which is just straight up really good effect to have on a trinket, with the downside being that it has a 30-minute cooldown. You'll learn real quick that in vanilla WoW, if an item has a good ability, it probably has a super long cooldown to compensate, which is what the Nifty Stopwatch is. And in order to obtain this trinket, you need to be level 50 and complete a 6-part quest chain in the Badlands, where you just have to find some rocks and kill some elementals. And since this trinket has a good effect, and is much easier to get than a lot of the other trinkets on this list, and can be also obtained before max level, I think it deserves a pretty high spot on this list, even if you do have to be a pretty high level to get it. And at number 3, we have the Loofah, another trinket which requires level 50. There's something about the level 50 mark in which Blizzard allows you to get trinkets, as the next one on this list will also require level 50. Anyways, what the Loofah does is remove 1 bleed effect from you, and that's all it does. So, its uses are entirely up to how often you run into bleeds, because this does work on any bleed put on you, including by bosses and players. And in order to obtain the Loofah, all you have to do is complete a small quest in the Searing Gorge. Here's the thing about the Loofah though, this item wasn't added to Vanilla WoW until patch 1.5. The same patch which introduced Battlegrounds, and Blizzard doesn't plan to add Battlegrounds to the game until Phase 3. So, I'm not sure if Loofah will be in the game at the start, or if it will be introduced within Phase 3. Since it's just a quest reward for something out in the open world, it isn't really associated to Battlegrounds, or any of the dungeons and raids that were added along with that patch. So, if it's not in the game with Phase 1, just ignore this spot on this list, and instead, we'll go with something like Smot's Compass, which is another level 50 trinket that can be obtained by doing a small quest chain in the Stranglethorn Vale, which has the passive effect to just give you an additional 1% chance to dodge attacks.
Hey, I got paid.
And at number 2, we have the Carrot on a Stick. This is, again, another level 50 trinket, which has the effect to increase your mounted movement speed by 3%. And the effect of this trinket actually stacked with other mount movement speed increases. So, it was definitely a trinket you wanted to have at max level, and many people in Vanilla WoW would go out of their way to grab this low level trinket. So, what you have to do to obtain this trinket is simply head to Thousand Needles and accept the quest, which has you kill Gazrilla in the dungeon Zul'Varak. Unfortunately though, Gazrilla was a secret summoned boss, which requires its own little quest chain to complete in order to even face the boss of that dungeon. So, Carrot on the Stick is not exactly the easiest thing to grab while leveling up. It is
Bibley
a
thinks
very
he's the
useful
only
trinket
goblin
to
in
have though.
Decimus who knows how to make money. Well, the only caravan brave enough to travel these parts relies on me. Ever since I learned how to rejuvenate and control aged and dying Kodos with my Kodo Combobulator, the caravan owner Cork, Rigger, and I entered a partnership. Take the Combobulator and use it on any ancient, aged, or dying Kodos. It will jolt the beast into a tamed Kodo and force it to follow you. Once you have a Kodo tamed, bring it back to me.
That you can grab while leveling up, and it's probably a good idea to get. And at number 1, the best trinket to grab while leveling up in Classic WoW is the Tidal Charm. This is a level 36 trinket, which is obtained by killing a rare mob in the Arathi Highlands called Prince Nazjak, who has about a 50% chance to drop the trinket. And the trinket itself is really good. On a 15-minute cooldown, you can just straight up get a 3-second stun, which can be used from 30 yards away. Having an on-demand stun that can be used from 30 yards away, especially on a class who doesn't naturally have a stun, is just useful in so many different ways that max level players will even try to get their hands on this trinket. Now, the biggest downside of obtaining this trinket is the fact that the mob who has a 50% chance to drop it has a very long respawn timer of nearly 2 days. So if you wish to farm out this trinket, be prepared to sit at a spawn location for a very long time with a lot of competition because this is a very in-demand trinket. And even if you do manage to kill the mob, there's only a 50% chance you'll actually get it. But if you happen to be leveling through the Arathi Highlands, and you happen to run across Prince Nazjac, it is definitely worth your time to try and kill him for a chance at obtaining this trinket. In this video, we will be going over NPCs who used to do something or were involved in some sort of quest chain in Vanilla WoW, but had that quest chain or function removed from them with the old world revamp in Cataclysm, but were still left in the game for some reason. And at number 10, we have Tajari. This NPC is located in the Moonglade and is right next to the Keeper Remulus. Now, Remulus is an important lore character, so it makes sense for a couple of guards to be in front of him. But there's also this NPC off to the side who seemingly doesn't do anything, and if you talk to her, basically just tells you that she's watching over Remulus. But in Vanilla WoW, she was involved in a quest chain for druids in order to get their aquatic form. The aquatic form quest chain for druids is infamous for being terrible, and I even made a video about it on my channel. Basically, as part of the quest chain, you had to swim to the bottom of the lake in the middle of the zone and grab a bauble. Then you would turn it into Remulus, who would then tell you to talk to Tajari for the next part of the quest. Tajari would then tell you to ask around Moonglade for clues on where to go get the next 2 items for the quest. If you're Alliance, you would find out you had to go to Westfall and Darkshore, and if you're Horde, you find out you needed to go to the Barrens in the Silverpine Forest. Then, after completing this cross-continental fetch quest for 2 items, you'd come back and turn them into her, and then she would teach you how to do the aquatic form. With the removal of the quest chain, she no longer does anything. And at number 9, we have Fala Sagewind. Fala is an NPC located in the Northern Barrens on top of a mountain randomly, who used to be part of a turn-in quest for the Wailing Caverns. With Cataclysm, all of the dungeon quests were put at the entrance of their respective dungeons, and all your turn-ins were done at the entrance of the dungeons as well. And with this, the one turn-in this NPC used to have was removed. But she still stands there, doing nothing. She's also friendly to Alliance players randomly, probably because she used to be part of a turn-in for a dungeon quest that was cross-faction. Because when you turned in the Nightmare Shard to her, she would tell you to give it to Hamul Rune Totem if you were Horde, and to Bearwalker if you were Alliance. Hamul is a major lore character, and this shard was an early hint at the Emerald Nightmare plot point, an event that came full circle during Legion, as it was the first raid of the expansion. Number 8, Vial. This NPC is an imp located in Winterspring who sells an item called the Fell Elemental Rod, which is a component for a quest chain, and the rod is only used in that one quest, which was removed with Cataclysm. But this imp is still in the game, and still sells the Elemental Rod, even though there is literally no use for it. The quest it was part of, though, was the quest chain required to build the item which allowed you to see ghosts, which you needed in order to complete a series of ghost-related quests throughout the world. Now, out of all the NPCs on this list, this one actually does kind of have a use. It's a vendor who also sells the limited quantity items Grom's Blood and Fellcloth. Sometimes people will pay this NPC a visit just to see if they can buy one of these 2 items. Number 7, Strahd Farson. Strahd is an NPC in Ratchet who was part of the Vanilla WoW Warlock Fellhunter Acquisition quest chain. As part of a long quest chain, you'd come to Strahd Farson multiple times as you went on the cross-continental journey looking for books, and he would be the one to ultimately train you on how to use your Fellhunter, if you were a Warlock. But ever since the Cataclysm, he was turned into a normal Warlock trainer. But ever since they removed training skills from trainers, he doesn't do anything. Like, if you talk to him on a Warlock, he'll show you that he can train you things, but since you automatically learn the abilities as you level up, it's impossible to actually train anything from him. He's one of those leftover NPCs that Blizzard just kind of forgot to remove the training window from. There's a couple of them in the game, so he's one of those rare breeds. Still doesn't do anything, but at least he has his little unique distinction when it comes to being a useless NPC. Number 6, Tayev Mordoon. Tayev was located in the Silverpine Forest. This NPC used to be part of the Water Totem quest chain, the class quest which is nearly universally considered the worst or hardest class quest to do back in Vanilla WoW. During one portion of the quest, you're supposed to talk to a water elemental after killing another water elemental, but the water elemental was a limited time spawn. So if you for whatever reason missed the window of opportunity to talk to them, this NPC was literally there just to resummon it for that one part of the quest. Since the quest chain no longer exists, the NPC has nothing associated to it now, and with it being in a very out of the way location, you have to run a very long time along the coast in order to come across him, making him a very secret, obsolete NPC. Number 5, Komar Villard. Komar was an NPC involved in the Succubus Warlock Pet quest chain. As part of the quest chain, you had to go to remote parts of the world to kill 2 good and honest men and steal their hearts from their dead bodies. And Komar was one of the 2 NPCs you had to kill for Horde players. Komar lost the love of his life and was wandering around the wetlands by himself, looking for any signs of her. This particular quest chain was kind of messed up, as it was one of the few quest chains where you literally had to go out and kill good people, who not only had done nothing wrong, but were actively hunted down for being really good people, which made this quest chain kind of notable for being evil. There are very few straight up evil quest chains that players have to do in the game. But with the removal of the Succubus quest chain in Cataclysm, they just kind of forgot to remove this NPC as well. So now he just kind of hangs out in the wetlands. And at number 4, we have Ember Strife. Ember Strife was a black dragon located basically behind Onyxia's lair, who was involved in both factions' Onyxia Attunement quest chain, a quest chain infamous for being incredibly long and convoluted. On the Alliance side, players had to engage Ember Strife and place an item on the floor, beat him down to around 30% health, and then use an item to mind control him, and while mind controlled, they would force him to breathe fire on the item they place on the floor to complete their quest. On the Horde side, they'd have to build a costume to dress up as a black dragon, and then talk to Ember Strife, who would give them a quest to go out and kill 3 dragons throughout the world. And then once you killed the 3 dragons, he'd tell you to kill another dragon before finally giving you the quest item you needed. But with the removal of the Onyxia quest chain, Ember Strife was basically left to do nothing, except to be an elite dragon at the back of the cave. And since Ember Strife is a black dragon, lore-wise, he's probably dead, because Rathian went around the world killing all the black dragons. Although, Ember Strife was mentioned by Jaina after the events of Rathian going around the world killing all the black dragons, but before the start of Mist of Pandaria, so he might still be alive. Maybe. Rathian did a really good job of killing all the black dragons, but what is for sure is the fact that Ember Strife is an NPC still in the game that is involved with nothing and was made obsolete by the Cataclysm. Number 3, Aztordine. Man, I probably messed up so many of these names. This NPC is located in Feralis and used to be involved in a quest chain that would send you into Dire Maul to kill an imp named Pussilin in order to get back his book of incantations and a key. The key would allow you to go into certain entrances into Dire Maul, and once you turn in the book, Aztordine would give you a choice between 2 items and 500 rep with the Shendralar. The Shendralar are a faction that was an incredibly difficult faction to grind rep for from Vanilla WoW to Wrath of the Lich King, and the quest with Aztordine was one of the few quests that granted rep to that faction. Otherwise, in order to get rep with this faction, you had to turn in a ton of books and crafting materials, and getting this faction to Exalted was so difficult, it used to be part of the Insane in the Membrane achievement, before they removed the ability to get this rep in the Cataclysm. Insane in the Membrane, for those of you who don't know, is an achievement you get for hitting Exalted with some of the hardest factions to grind rep for in the game. But after the Cataclysm, they removed the Chandrilar faction from the game and moved this guy's quest chain to one of the ogres at the entrance of Dire Maul, like they did with all other dungeon quests. They just kind of put them at the entrance rather than requiring you to speak to NPCs in the zone for the dungeon's quests. And with those two changes, Aztordine wasn't used for anything, but his NPC is still in the game today. Number 2, Thungrim Firegaze. This NPC was involved in a level 10, level 20, and a level 30 warrior quest chain for Horde players. At level 10, he would just give you a weapon appropriate for your class, as back in vanilla WoW, there used to be quest chains for your class that would give you a piece of equipment which was perfectly suited for your class, and was usually worth doing for the amazing piece of gear you'd get. At level 30, Thungrim would give you a series of quests that would give you 4 pieces of gear ultimately, requiring 11 quests in total to complete. At the end of each small quest chain, you'd get 1 piece of armor appropriate for a warrior, but the chest piece in particular was unique as it had an on-use effect to instantly generate 30 rage, which was a decent chunk of rage at the time. So what some max level warriors would do is equip this chest piece, use its effect to get 30 rage, and then swap back to their normal chest piece before pulling a boss. But this chest piece had a 1-hour cooldown, so it was a little hard to abuse, as that was about the max cooldown duration most really good abilities had. But with the Cataclysm, and the removal of basically all class quests, this NPC was rendered essentially useless, and is located on top of the mountain with nothing else nearby, with no other NPCs near, except a few plain Shriners. And at number 1, we have Gunther Arcanus. Gunther is an undead located in the middle of the lake in the undead starting zone, surrounded by a whole bunch of ghouls. Gunther was an undead who was a powerful mage and necromancer in life, that when he fell to the plague of the Lich King, he just kind of broke free on his own and went off and did his own thing, because he was just that strong of a necromancer. And then, during Vanilla WoW, it's your job to talk to him and try and convince him that other members of the Scourge managed to break free and now have free will under Sylvanas. But Gunther doesn't believe you, and gives you a couple of tasks to complete that a member of the Scourge would never do, like killing an important member of the Scourge. Once you complete the tasks, he exclaims that he didn't believe any other undead had broken free of the Lich King either, and then he tentatively agrees to join the Forsaken, but there was never really any follow-up afterwards. Ever since the Cataclysm, he just kinda hangs out there and there was no quest or anything associated with him. You can't even talk to him anymore. But, if they were to ever have a Necromancer class in the future, Gunther Arcanus is definitely someone who could teach Horde members Necromancy. Now, the reason I have this NPC at the number 1 spot is because he's kind of a favorite of mine, and I've mentioned him in like 3 other videos. In this video, we'll be going over 10 abilities lost to time over the years of WoW's development, which will be making a return to the game once Classic is released, and which ones you should be looking forward to the most. And at number 10, we have a pretty easy one, and that's Eyes of the Beast for the Hunter class. Eyes of the Beast was a hunter ability that allowed you to take direct control over your hunter pet, and move around with it, attack with it, as well as use all of its abilities. So if you used a cat pet, for example, which had the stealth ability, hunters could legitimately scout out areas in stealth, before they got the camouflage ability. Eyes of the Beast was also helpful for the very niche hunter tank, where sometimes a hunter could use a pet to off-tank certain adds or bosses, but not very well. It was incredibly situational, a subpar way to tank, but with Eyes of the Beast, it allowed hunter pets to be positioned in exactly the place they needed to be, which helped with hunter tanking a lot. But there was no other huge benefits to having Eyes of the Beast, and that's why it was removed in Cataclysm to decrease ability bloat. But it was a very fun ability to use, and I'm happy to see its return. And funny enough, Blizzard said that having to recreate Eyes of the Beast for Classic WoW means they have all the work done in order to reintroduce the ability to live WoW, if they ever decide to do that. As previously, they said they lost the data on how the old Eyes of the Beast work, so they couldn't actually re-add it to the game without a huge amount of effort. And at number 9, we have Detect Magic for the Mage class. Now here's the thing you probably don't know about Vanilla WoW. You can't actually see buffs on a target, only their debuffs. So a mage would have to use their Detect Magic ability in order to see which buffs the target had. And since nowadays you can see enemy buffs by default, this ability would literally be useless in modern WoW, and can only exist in the game in which stats are hidden. This is because, back in the day, information on mobs and enemy players used to be considered a valuable commodity, as some RPG games use the fact that the stats are hidden as part of balancing those games. But in the modern day, where people can look up all this information online, that kind of gameplay mechanic is rarely used, and is more left to tabletop RPGs. And that's why they removed this feature of the game very early in WoW's life, as it didn't really work very well in an MMO, a mechanic which will be returning to the game with Classic WoW, and hence detect magic as well. And at number 8, we have the Rogue Poison sub-profession. Did you know rogues had 2 extra professions? They had one for lockpicking, which they still kind of have today, and they had another for creating their poisons. Nowadays, only certain rogue specs even use poisons, and they're more buffs that you cast on the player than they are things you put on your weapons. But in vanilla WoW, you had to level up your poison profession to create the best possible poisons, which you could then apply on your weapons. And poisons applied to your weapons had a limited amount of charges to them, only lasted 30 minutes instead of an hour, didn't scale with your gear in any way, and would disappear if you entered a different zone, which meant you had to reapply them after every wipe. So it was possible for your weapons to run out of poisons mid-fight with the old mechanic as well. Luckily, Classic WoW will be running on the 1.12 client, and they fix poisons despawning from your weapons when changing zones in patch 1.
Wait, what the fuck? This is a thing? Sword's crazy.
Point 11. So Classic WoW players will not have to deal with that. Now, in order to level up your poison profession, you would do it just like any other profession, and just make a ton of low-level poisons. And you can get the materials from vendors, lockboxes, pickpocketing, and herbs. So from rogue-related activities and herbalism. The poison sub-profession was removed from rogues in Wrath of the Lich King, so it only really existed for 2 expansions. And at number 7, we have the Shaman Sentry Totem. This is another fun ability like Eyes of the Beast that didn't really have too many battle-related benefits, so it was removed over the course of the game just to get rid of ability bloat. Now what Sentry Totem did was allow you to look through the eyes of the totem. So for example, if you set the Sentry Totem outside of a building, and then ran inside of that building, you could click on your Sentry Totem in order to look outside of that building. So it was kind of a scouting tool in certain circumstances. The most useful feature this totem had was scouting battlegrounds, to see when enemy players were going to make a push into your base. And there was also a bug with it that would reset your character's fall distance if used in the air. So it could be used to prevent fall damage. This was not intended though, so I doubt Sentry Totem will do that in Classic WoW. And also its most useful feature, that had nothing to do with combat or fall damage, was its ability to allow you to take great screenshots of either your character or your guild's first boss kills. And at number 6, we have the Warlock's Detect Invisibility. This was a spell Warlocks had that they could use on themselves and friendly players, which would allow them to see invisible targets. Not stealth targets, mind you, only invisible targets, which basically just included invisible ghosts out in the world, like the ones in front of Undercity, and mages who use the invisibility spell. It also had niche uses to allow you to see invisible succubus pets, or incredibly rare mobs or bosses that went invisible. That is to say, it didn't have very many uses, and was incredibly situationally useful spell, so it was more of a fun, flavorful ability. You may be noticing a pattern with all of these removed abilities. Most of them weren't super useful, and that's why a lot of them eventually got removed from the game. And with the removal of Detect Invisibility, players kind of lost the ability to see invisible stuff without special items for a long time. Until Blizzard added in some flavorful abilities through glyphs later on, and gave classes the ability to see invisible stuff. Like with the Rogue's Swirly Ball Detection ability, for example. And at number 5, we have the human racial ability, Perception. Perception was a pretty weird racial ability that gave humans an increased chance to see stealth targets on an activatable ability that lasted for around 20 seconds. Now, being able to spot stealth rogues in PvP was a little bit easier back in the days when stealth was a lot worse than it is in live, and this racial ability allowed humans to see them even better. Now, unlike Detect Invisibility, this one specifically only worked on stealth targets, and does not in fact allow you to see invisible targets. Stealth and invisibility are two separate things in WoW. Now, what made Perception different from most other racial activatable abilities was this one gave you a pretty niche buff, whereas other ones would give you damage boosts, defensive abilities, or other combat-related stuff. Perception was kind of an odd one out, and nowhere near as useful as something like Blood Fury or Stone Form, for example. So later on in WoW, Perception was turned into a passive ability, and then removed from the game in Cataclysm. And at number 4, we have Scare Beast and Turn Undead. These are two fear abilities that only worked on two incredibly specific types of mobs. Hunters have Scare Beasts, which was a castable CC with no cooldown, which could fear beasts for a pretty hefty amount of time. And the most useful application this ability had was in PvP against druids, who, while shapeshifted into some of their forms, were counted as beasts. And paladins, with their Turn Undead, could fear undead mobs, which were normally unfearable. Of course, later on in WoW, Turn Undead was turned into Turn Evil and worked on more targets than just undead. But both of these abilities no longer exist currently in WoW. But, funny enough, there are still incredibly specific CC abilities in the game. Druids have Hibernate, for example, which allows them to put beasts and dragon types to sleep. And priests have Shackle Undead, which allows them to incapacitate undead-only mobs. And these two abilities are incredibly similar to Scare Beast and Turn Undead. So it's a wonder why those two abilities aren't in the game anymore, while Hibernate and Shackle Undead are in the game. But whatever the case, they'll be making a return with Classic WoW. And at number 3, we have Mana Burn abilities. Specifically, Mana Burn, Viper Sting, and Drain Mana. In Cataclysm, Blizzard removed 2 of the 3 Mana Drain abilities, and then the final one with the start of Miss, because they didn't like the arena strategy of just trying to survive while you burned your opponent's healer's mana. Mana Burn was the Priest Mana Burn ability, which had a long cast time and would destroy 10% of your opponent's mana per cast, and then do damage based on the amount of mana you destroyed through the ability. So if you use Mana Burn 10 times, theoretically, that would be enough to completely wipe out someone's mana. In Vanilla WoW, before arenas were added to the game, Mana Burn abilities weren't really a big deal, as they only really applied in Battlegrounds, and in those kinds of settings, mana drains aren't the most important thing in the world for a variety of reasons that just don't apply to arenas. Especially since Mana Burn had such a long cast time, and could be interrupted by just about anything. Drain Mana was kind of in the same vein, except it was a channeled ability and would give the mana it stole to the Warlock, but could also be interrupted or stopped with any kind of CC. Whereas Viper Sting was much different than the other two, as it was instant cast. You could just throw it up on a healer, and that would drain their mana over time. And if the healer didn't have the ability to dispel poisons, they couldn't get rid of it on themselves. And since Viper Sting was the
Great! My package from Coalbeard. Thank you, adventurer. This crate holds special gauge ammunition, and it'll serve us well out in the jungle. Here's your pay, and tell me, how is crusty old Cravel these days? Still up to no good, I'd wager. Ah, this horn belongs to a Tauren, Rune Wildmane. He and I had a good time hunting the beasts of Desolus. So Rune is inviting me back, is he? We're neck deep in the jungle right now, but thank you, adventurer. Perhaps my next expedition will take me back to Desolus, the land of the centaurs. Welcome to Stranglethorn! Perhaps you're not aware of this, but that dwarf over there is the one and only Hemet Nessingwary, renowned war hero of the Alliance and master big game hunter. He's not one for welcoming strangers into his camp, but you look like you've seen quite a bit of action in your day, adventurer. Being a veteran of many battles himself, Master Nessingwary has a soft spot for fellow heroes. Go and speak with him. Perhaps he can give you some hunting pointers. Jolly nice to make your acquaintance, adventurer. Haven't seen an adventurer around these parts for some time. I situated myself with this expedition for one purpose, to hunt a great and elusive beast. Seeing that you're a hero of sorts, I am willing to let you take part in the hunt, but you must first prove yourself. I shall teach the ways of raptor killing to you. Ajek will train you with tiger hunting, and Sir Erlgadin is a master of panther tracking. Prove your skill, and I'll let you in on the big hunt. So, you think your hunting skills are in tip-top shape? I can put them to the test in a jiffy. Head out into that jungle and kill 10 Stranglethorn raptors. We'll see just how much of a big game hunter you are. And no, I won't tell you where you can find them. Locating the beasts is half the challenge.
When I was but a young girl, my father trained me in the art of tiger hunting. You'll find the young felines much easier to track and slay. For this reason, we'll start you out easy. One can often find young tigers near the expedition camp. Test your tracking skills and see if you can hunt some of the beasts down.
If you want to be a part of the hunt with this crack group Hemet has assembled, you're going to need to prove yourself an able panther. We'll start you out easy. Don't you worry. Let's see you kill 10 young panthers to start. Tracking them down is only half the challenge.
Easiest one to apply, it drained the least amount of mana out of all of them. And like I said a little earlier on in the video, mana drain abilities are only really a problem in arenas, which Vanilla WoW won't have. So they shouldn't be as much of a nuisance as they were in the Burning Crusade or Wrath of the Lich King when they were in full force. And at number 2, we have the Warlock ability, Ritual of Doom. This is a very flavorful RP ability that Warlocks had, where they performed a ritual with 4 other party members in order to summon a Doomguard. And when the Doomguard is summoned, one of the 5 people who channeled the spell would be sacrificed in order to summon that Doomguard, which could include the Warlock himself. And then once the Doomguard was summoned, it was a neutral demon who would go around and start attacking people. So if you wanted it as a pet, you had to tame it with Enslaved Demon, which only allowed you to use the Doomguard for 5 minutes, unless it broke the seal early. And while the Ritual of Doom was a very neat ability in theory, in practice and usefulness, it was just a tad bit too inconvenient to use in any practical manner. But you definitely could summon the Doomguard and use it as a pet in raids. But it was also much easier to just use a regular Warlock pet instead, especially since Ritual of Doom also had a 1-hour cooldown. Ritual of Doom was removed from the game later on in WoW, and currently it is incredibly difficult to summon a Doomguard, as they only randomly spawn if a random talent that only one spec of Warlocks can take is able to get the killing blow on a target. So it doesn't really exist in the game anymore, and especially not in the way it did in Vanilla WoW, where you had to perform the ritual with 4 other people. And I think the Warlock Ritual of Doom is the perfect example of a Vanilla WoW-like ability, where Blizzard was really experimenting with what they could do with the game, and trying to figure out what was cool and what was useful, and sometimes those two things didn't really mix. Or sometimes they were too useful and had to be removed because of that, like the number 1 spawn on this list. And at number 1, we have the Paladin ability, Divine Intervention. On a 1-hour cooldown,
Welcome to the Razorfin Crawl dungeon guide for both Horde and Alliance. Razorfin Crawl is a fairly quick and easy dungeon found in the Southern Barrens. The ideal level range is 26 to 31, but you can enter as early as level 19. This dungeon is a great place to farm cooking ingredients for gold, as well as grab a few items that will hold you over until the Scarlet Monastery dungeons. Let's start things off with our neutral quest. At level 20, you can pick up blue leaf tubers from Meebok Miserix. Make sure you grab the crate with holes, Snufflenose command stick, and the Snufflenose owner's manual, otherwise you will not be able to proceed. This quest is not shareable due to this reason. Once inside the dungeon, we summon our Snufflenose and walk around using the command stick. This will cause the Snufflenose to locate our blue leaf tubers. Our next quest is Wolf's Den Porter, which is available at level 29. This is an escort found at the end of the ravine in Razorfin Crawl. It takes about 10 minutes, but you get a neat ring, and you don't have to go anywhere to turn it in. Moving on to the Alliance quests, we start things off in Thousand Needles, right beneath the Great Lift. At level 29, we can grab a book from this dead dwarf which starts Lone Brow's journal. This quest is not shareable. Once the quest is accepted, we head to the border of Fairless, where we return the book to Falfendel Waywarder, who will now offer us the Crone and the Crawl, which requires Charlga Razorfang's medallion. She's the last boss of Razorfen Crawl. Alliance has one more quest found within the dungeon. Next to Willix is a
Everything went over.
Nice.
I think my mic was.
Oh. I don't know if it's clean. Oh. Check the dishwasher. Try not to use that cup any. Look at the side of it. Yeah. Boutique shop. Artemar's hard though. Check her line. You what? Probably not. Dungeon time. Huh? Very not talking to me.
As the master here, it is my job to oversee the most ambitious of our alchemical attempts. So much work and so little time. You look well trained for an adventurer.
Right.
Perhaps you can aid me.
Dungeon time.
A rare substance. It's foul material. It comes from a rare species of bats only found in the muck hole known as Razorfen Crowl. Bring to me the guano from the Crowl bats so we can begin our work.
Damn, chain lightning go crazy. Remember any music? Oh, this shit? Yeah. A little hard. That's chain lightning? Oh, I got knocked down. Interrupter. What does he drop? Healing mace. Okay, nothing I care about. I never knew what the shit was called. There's plants here almost. They leave. I'm gonna grab that real quick. I got my ring I can equip. Is it from Spearhead? Is it rare? There. Strength, let's go. Walking violins. I don't think he's considered an elite, or like a rare. I mean, like he's like qualified as a rare, but I think he's like one of those rares that's just always there. Cause like Atlas Zeus didn't even consider him one of the rares. New strength. Alright, this is gonna be off. It's a chain light.
Victory for Gabagan.
Hey. Yeah, they're both considered rares. Interesting. Ram Tusk with a future out. Oh, Corpse Maker, I want. Oh. Shame. I wanted his weapon to drop. Plus 40, that helmet would be cool. Is that an upgrade for him? Could be. Maybe not actually. Oh, why did that act so bad? Sorry, who's next? Oh, a pair of pants. Next would be good. Damn, we didn't pull those guys? That's crazy. Oh, we actually have one. Rift call. What's the helmet I want? Staff out. Yeah. This thing's funky looking. Fuck my toe under. Shit, the staff actually dropped. Seven DP. Oh, if I need. There you go. Oh, I'm gonna fucking be bonking now. Not really the drop I was wanting from him, but I'll take it. Doesn't mute this down. Wonderful. Look cool. Give me your pants, Piggy. Your pants. Oh. The pants. I'm needing no fucks given. I had to roll against the hunter form, but that's okay. Oh! Acid? We got anger, stamina, spirit. Pretty much it, unless some trash drops. And my AoE potential with Shaman is actually kind of gnarly.
outsider. Pay for encroaching on our land. Ah, my power rules here. Our new allies will avenge us.
Bug too. A dungeon complete. Oof.
price I never miss. Backseat in the Escalade, we fucking like a president. Presidential. Polo bear, this ain't Teddy sweater heavy. Baby, I am not your bestie tryna sex me. D&D inside the stool, please don't text me. Ride for my girl more than a Swiftie, please don't text me, baby. I look better, we together, baby. 10 out of 10, with no weather, baby. Feel no way, feel no pressure, baby. I've been better since I met you, baby. The girl is mine, she's so fucking fine. The girl is mine, I'm tryna all the time. The girl is mine, the goddamn girl is mine. Yeah, the girl is mine, yeah, yeah, yeah. Shit, I've been better since I met you. I can name 5 different things I do to you with just 4 letters. Tryna spread you, not just hit forget you. You got that forever on my mind, but girl, however, I'm not a beggar, so what's up? NYC, overlay, you can't hit, you at stake, think you slick, poker face. I played all these games, shit, I feel like Tom Brady. Me, I send that time and place, not at any time of day. Got my schedule real packed up, bring your back up. How we out here tryna act tough, we need to catch up. I can't live with you, I snatched up, make me act up. Damn, now let me back up, let me chill, let me think of it. But how you fuck with him, only hit you when he drink a bit. My eyes get dry, you walk away, cause I don't blink a bit. I'm out here thinking rich, lot of thoughts be ringing in, but right now only one on me is you. I look better, we together, baby. 10 out of 10, with no weather, baby. Feel no way, feel no pressure, baby. I've been better since I met you, baby. The girl is mine, she's so fucking fine. The girl is mine, I'm tryna all the time. The girl is mine, the goddamn girl is mine. Yeah, the girl is mine, yeah, yeah.
Well, many are the paths of the Earth Mother. Wherever you decide to travel, may she watch over you.
I fly the right shit. Hop on the game. So big, Rubber.
We'll get him in the next round.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Who do I want to play? Who do I want to play?
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like multiple realities.
I mean,
Cool,
we have
right?
Venom. Fuck.
Life is hard sometimes, but at least maybe I can make it easier for other people.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wow. I thought Hydra did some weird experiments on me, but look at you. Easy, fella. I didn't mean any harm. Don't bite, okay? I've already lost one limb too many.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh no, Jeff is dead.
Yours to capture now.
Everybody's fucking dead. What the hell? Get him on the respawn.
Capture the mission area.
Come on, boys.
I suck.
That put some pep in my step.
I'm
Oh shit, there's a guy up there. What? Good lord, how'd she just disappear and do that much damage?
glad I'm not stuck in one of those tubes.
Do better this time. Spider Sling.
Oh shit.
my information was correct, as usual. Interesting. Well, I don't suppose they pose any sort of threat of interference with our operation, but perhaps they have a need for some of our excellent manufactured products. What's up? Damn trolls. They've been killing off our agents in the jungle. I've already lost a good number of my best guards to skirmishes with them. The costs are piling up. How will I explain this to Baron Revelgaz? Think, Kebok. You weren't assigned to the post you have today for sitting around. I've got it. You, adventurer, is it? You'll help me, won't you? There's money to be had. Here's the deal. You bring me the ears of 15 blood-scalped trolls, and I'll compensate you well. The singing crystals are unique to Stranglethorn and are very valuable to certain parties. I can move those crystals, but the Cursed Venture Company makes it hard for an honest entrepreneur like myself to gather any. I'd like to hire you. The basilisks in Stranglethorn eat the crystal. This gives them their hardened skin, and sometimes decent quality crystal can be harvested from it. You can get it from any basilisk, but the less nasty ones are along the shores south of Zulkunda to the north. Keep it real.
Oh my god.
I'm not a vengeful person, but today I'll make an exception.
I really want to turn that fucking setting off.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
No, Jeff just swallowed me when I was trying to ult, you fucking bitch. He still got him all, so fuck it. Whatever, it is what it is. I could have had like a mega ulti, but fucking Jeff stole my shot, man. He stole it. He stole me too, motherfucker.
Sure, those are bad guys.
My Wind Riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air.
Hey?
I gotta do better this time.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I'm here. I made it.
Pep in my step.
No way. I'm dead already.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh shit. I thought somebody else was. ball. I was trying to do that right for a second. He's done it! No! I got like 4 kills there. That's my best Spider-Man. That's the best Spider-Man ult I see so far. No. What? No.
Why do I need a rare type of guano, you might ask? Well, for this experiment, I want to see what effect two diametrically opposed chemical substances can have on each other, especially when both are combined with an ever-toxic agent to ensure the most ghastly results. In the northeastern peaks of Tirisfal Glades lies the Scarlet Monastery. There, the crazed disciples of the Scarlet Crusade congregate. Slay them and bring me their zealous hearts. Our concoction will be most wicked.
Don't waste my time. I'm always on the winning side. How will this benefit me? You think you can match the might of a dragon?
Way up.
Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yo, did you see my Spider-Man ult?
Hello?
Oh, not fucking Spider-Man Islands.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
I like the Winter Soldier.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The moon gives me strength. You need their power.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
On your toes, here they come.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I will protect you.
Good night. Surrender your strength. Surrender your strength. Good. You needed it.
You're halfway there. Keep going. I am the god.
Surrender your strength. A little pick-me-up. Time to drain.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I require some aid. Count on me, partner. The moon, crazy clown.
I want my soul. As expected.
Surrender your strength.
Incoming.
Surrender your strength.
What is the delay? Our enemies hunt us.
Surrender your strength.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Stay down.
We got both cloak and dagger.
Time to drain.
I am ready to put on a show. There they are.
There, ahead. I found them. Love battlefield medicine.
Stay sharp. We're not there yet.
Surrender your strength.
Iron Man standing by. We make a good team.
The moon haunts you.
You sure seems to power them up.
And down. Again.
Only 60 seconds left.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Surrender your strength.
One final push. We can take them. Sing Flynn.
Pure light force. Needed that, thanks.
The final 10 seconds.
Call and the Iron Fist will answer.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Cosmic energy. Quantum.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You can put your faith in us, Zero.
Our foes have found us.
Behold the god of thunder!
Double KO.
I am at your service.
Surrender your strength.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I require some energy. Love battlefield. The moon haunts you. Pure light force.
Don't tear me and Cap apart. The cosmos heals.
You need their power. I am the light in the darkness.
Don't turn back now.
A little pick-me-up.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Love battlefield medicine.
Place to go. North.
Perfect. Hex. Ah! Well, what's next?
Wouldn't anyone say fireworks?
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a
Some
dozen.
assistance, please.
Whoa! Do you see that? The web of life and destiny is shifting.
We are in this together.
Me? That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
The moon is out, and so are you. Needed that, thanks.
Life and destiny hang in the balance.
Time to drain. The moon haunts you!
Together.
Need their power.
Rise, my friends!
Needed that, thanks.
You are safe now.
So close! This is your big chance!
Second chance is over.
Time to drain.
Double KO!
This was
Behold the god of thunder!
Another epic victory! Big win!
The moon haunts you!
Yes. Pink Weenie, you got us a 3-minute and 40-minute matchmaking.
And
Pink Weenie, you got us a 3-minute and 40-minute matchmaking.
did y'all win?
Fuck yeah, we did.
Alright, who wants to say the not lying version?
I never lie. Great facts.
What the hell? Alright, who y'all playing?
Moon Knight.
Okay, hell yeah, that guy's pretty.
Play Winter Soldier.
Okay. I feel like Moon Knight would be so much better if he had a different ult. I mean, like, he's great, but I just don't like his ult. I don't know.
It's a little weird to aim, but if it hits right, it feels pretty good. Like, I hit like 3 people all at once. They just backed into it, and that shit was funny.
That's embarrassing.
Soldier, Iron Fist, and Luna Snow.
Can you get game capture to work
Iron
on
Fist,
OBS?
he's pretty good. I haven't tried him yet.
I love him. He just punches people, but he also has like a 10-meter radius where he could just, like, if he looks onto you, he could just continue punching you, and like he'll just jump himself to you.
Oh, okay.
There's like a Genji thing where he heals himself. It's so much fun. Absolutely zero range.
Well. So just straight up punching. Nothing but punching.
Yeah.
I can go down with that.
A lot of mobility though, so it's nice.
That is with the like.
You're mine. No holding back. Come on.
Alrighty, kids.
Always.
Give me a boost.
Oh yeah.
Wait, the Hulk Wolverine combo. That's amazing. Shit.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Oh, Venom's a tank?
Oh yeah, motherfucker busted.
Thinking, him or Wolverine? So what do we got? Do we need it? Yeah, we probably need a tank.
We have Venom. You are insignificant.
Oh shit, we got a team up. Let's go.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, you get beefy.
I feel something familiar about you. As though we have walked the same path.
Assassins like us belong to a pretty exclusive club.
Oh, what the
monsters
hell?
have you slain? Oni? Yokai? Demons?
The worst monsters of all. Hydra.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Doom, Loki, Hela. It's a little too much green. Time to paint these black.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Let's go crazy. Okay.
Capture the mission area!
Farewell.
I never really liked you anyway, Namor.
Looking for a new challenge.
Control seized!
Turn around, quick. And
Ah, dude.
need some help. We have to hold this area.
Just what we needed.
Control lost!
So low, I need some damage. I don't know if I fuck with Venom. I one more run with him.
You can't get rid of us so easy. Back your strength.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Maximum pulse!
Control seized!
We have succeeded so far.
He was so fast.
Namor's got evil
Squish those squids for you.
us against the world.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Keep going!
What the fuck is happening?
The king of the sea has delivered us a snap. This should help.
Iron Man in the back. Just shoot that motherfucker.
Victory is almost yours!
Stay with me.
Thought we were done.
Widow standing
What?
by.
This should help. Maximum pulse!
fuck with Venom. He's kind of mid.
We were once called a villain, but now the universe will see the hero we truly are.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We are Venom. Anyone's...
You're an assassin, just
This
like
ain't my
me.
first rodeo. Sure as hell won't be my last.
Whoa. These chrono energy readings are gonna blow out your sensors, fighter.
I actually made Wolverine
The
short.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
yeah.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You're mine.
Some amazing stuff. I should enjoy this more. Watch out, they're headed our way.
Let's do this.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Thanks.
Strong together.
Endless fury. That's supposed to hurt.
Oh fuck! I fell off the map. Bird.
Control lost.
Like a bad penny. I just coming at you. I'm opening a portal. Got eyes on some bogeys. You're mine. A short and I thought I was fury. Wasn't very nice, was it?
Double KO.
Wrong midnight. Iron Man's pissing me off.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Control C's. Defenses are down. I suck. See that? Right there.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Oh, I gotta aim, man. Shit, you gotta aim. That's what it
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost. Roll up. Careful over here.
Love battlefield medicine. Time to dream.
What's that?
Penny, it's the grand finale.
Khonshu, watch over me. Ah.
By the eye of Agamotto!
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Pick me up.
I'm just like a Moon Knight. I mean, having that range is nice.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Was that Cloak and Dagger? Ghost and Decay, huh?
Pick your hero.
Fortnite.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Fuck your Fortnite, pal.
Fortnite.
Fist of Khonshu, protector of the overnight travelers.
30 seconds before you attack.
Game
Get
is
ready.
like stimulation overload. Why is everything so loud and flashy?
Justice is like the moon. If you look up hard enough in the dark, you'll find it.
Yeah, but what if you're in a room? Or
like
if there's an
Fortnite,
eclipse?
man.
Or I'm blind?
But I have a baton. How the fuck do I use that shit?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Melee, man.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I gotta admit, it's
Oh,
fun
that's
getting in the
fucking
lab,
crazy,
coming
okay.
up with new arrowheads.
Should be bonking, I tell you.
Get ready. Here come the
I've
bad
just been
guys.
fucking range attacking melee. The fuck that Scarlet Witch, forever and always. Bitch, fuck that bitch.
Love battlefield medicine. Time to draw.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. I'm hurt. Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Dagger. The mission area is yours. Yes, one down.
Time to drain.
It's too easy to never miss.
Khonshu never rests. Alright, that feels better. You need their power.
A nice deep freeze. See them? Right there. That's so.
I never liked you, Loki. I'm time to drain. Pure life force.
Need some help.
Just melee the fucking Loki down?
Mission area. Keep going. It's the grand finale.
Needed it. Who wants a piece of me now? Surrender your strength. The moon haunts you!
Watch out, they're headed our way.
I'm
Glory is almost yours.
good riddance. That guy's a psycho. Surrender your strength.
Double kill.
Vengeance is mine.
A nice deep freeze. A boom of light.
The wounds are gone.
Some help.
Thanks. Time to drain.
Yo, eyes on your back.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
You their power.
Wow.
I'm not a bathtub. Sit my lap and claw me, bitch.
Khonshu has guided me this far. I trust
Eat
him.
you. Turn you into a kebab. How'd you get that blue, boy? How are you so icy?
30 seconds before
I
you attack.
played the
Get ready.
closed beta, bitch.
Oh,
Watch
you're
yourself
a
out
beater.
Take your own advice, Mooney.
I'm a day zero
You
player.
Nobody goes it alone in these times. We can't afford to.
Hey man. It
Yeah,
is
touch
what it
grass,
is.
you loser. Yarsh.
Hey man, you're just mad you ain't blue.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh, I'm
4,
blue.
3,
Dooba dabba dee
2,
da.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The truth is, I can do some amazing
Why does
stuff.
Wakanda have a
I should
gorilla?
enjoy this more.
Fresh meat. Pure life force. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. Don't mess with the amazing Spider.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area! A nice deep freeze.
Vengeance is mine.
Double KO!
Shrouded in light. I tried to keep him out of trouble, but he wouldn't listen. Surrender your strength. Love battlefield medicine.
Stage.
A little pick-me-up.
Sorry, no escaping us now. You need me.
Surrender your strength.
Double KO!
Get up. I'm not done.
What?
Glad to not shiny thing.
The moon haunts you. All right, that feels better.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. We are undefeatable! Get ready. Here come the bad guys. A nice deep freeze.
Stand down.
Please, my heart.
Behold the god of thunder. Vengeance is mine.
Glory's almost yours.
Found the bad guy.
You need their power.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
Need that thanks.
Gonna let us stay?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
You need that fucking smoke. Hey.
Another epic victory! Big win!
What? The booyah.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. The moon gives me strength.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Coming at you.
I know all of your songs. It's always an honor to meet a fan. Wow, for a girl with ice powers, I suddenly feel pretty uncool. The battle starts in 5, 4,
There's so much
3,
water I can
2, 1. Don't forget, securing the mission area is your top priority.
I recognize this map
Either
from
you're on my
Overwatch.
side, or you're next in line to fall. Got eyes on some boobies.
I'm hurt.
What the hell?
Love battlefield medicine. We appreciate a good partnership. Well done, my son. Need their power. Khonshu smiled on us. Help me throw the tank, Zero. It's go time. Need their power.
Right there.
All right, that feels better. Need their power.
I am the goddess. All the other gods fear. If Spider Zero does not reach Budokan, she cannot reach the Shrine of the Weaver.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Don't do it, you son of a bitch.
Oh man.
And
Get that vehicle moving again!
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
I suck!
Time to train.
Don't have to be center stage.
The moon haunts you!
Oh, fuck me.
Out of sight! Crazy clown!
Almost
gone. Thanks.
Second chance is over.
Surrender your strength.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. We need to keep rolling.
Time to drain.
Good to see you can back up all that bravado.
Even I think you're crazy, Castle.
Double KO. A nice deep freeze. See them? Right there.
The cosmos heals you.
Sorry, no escaping
Hope
us
you filled
now.
the tank, Zero. It's go time. Surrender your strength.
What the fuck?
Executioner! The moon haunts you!
Double KO.
A little pick-me-up. Think you can navigate these webs, kid?
I suck.
Time to drain. Love battlefield medicine.
It's the grand finale.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show. I like the cold. Double KO.
Time to drain.
Rise, my friends!
Oh, fuck it, get in. I gotta see it, bro.
Thanks. Time to judge, jury, executioner!
Right on their fucking baby feet.
Time to drain.
Get in there, Dan.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Crazy clap.
Yeah.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Good. You needed it. You need the power.
My ult.
Come on, Khonshu. Let me rest.
It's the grand finale. Fire mode.
We will guide you to safety, Zero. You have my word.
The wounds are gone. Thanks. The moon haunts you!
Some systems.
Good riddance. That guy's a psycho.
Another epic victory. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Stepping out of the shadows.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
I am Groot. I am Groot.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I am Groot. We are them. I am Groot. We are considering a plant-based diet.
The battle starts in 5,
Shit, wait, that's not you.
4,
You a
3,
tree?
2, 1. Don't forget,
Go
securing
bring-
the mission area is your top priority.
That spider could have bitten anyone, but it bit me. It's amazing luck.
Fresh meat. You need their power.
Double KO! That's 3!
Alright, easy.
God, you smiled on us.
Groot does things?
Time to drain.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Moon Knight. You were getting on my nerves.
I'd know that Onk anywhere.
Defeat was your destiny.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
We must make haste to the Hall of Worship.
We will not.
Careful, Nong. There might be
You're
others.
halfway there. Keep going.
I am Groot.
Gods look so much cooler than mine. Time to drain. You're mine.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
That tree was real?
Jump, eyes on your back.
I am Groot.
The moon haunts you!
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
This is real firepower!
The dragon unleashed! That's better. Just what the doctor ordered.
season of Wakandan Idol.
I never miss.
Double KO!
Isn't stronger than iron, Logan. Your destiny. I'm
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way!
The moon haunts you!
Just embrace the light!
I'll take care of.
People forget how tough Spike is.
Great! We made the new season of Wakandan Idol.
Shall have my revenge on y'all.
That's a problem.
So close! This is your big chance! Double KO! I am ready to put on a show!
Never miss.
What's out?
I know that uncanny.
Fucking slaughtering people.
Usually you have to lead the target. Not with this arrow.
You're sure getting restless, I think.
Get that vehicle moving again!
I am Groot.
Bastard, cannot be happier for like
I am Groot. I am Groot.
As soon as you see them.
You get a web it! You get a web it! You get a web!
To Khonshu.
Careful, Nunk. Like the others.
Hurry. Wakanda salvation is in our hands.
Season of Wakandan Idol.
The moon haunts you.
Moonlight the best.
Coming at you. You're out of your league. That's supposed to hurt.
Swallow shield.
I am Groot. I am Groot.
Cannon totem.
Woo! I never miss.
Enemy's out.
I am Groot.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Leave that to Khonshu. I'm Hulk.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Ooh-wee. Oh yeah.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
I was playing Winter Soldier.
Friends call me Mark.
He'll be
Or
coming in 30
Steven.
seconds.
Or
Stay strong.
Jake. Look at
Oh,
you,
shit, Rocket
glimmering like a
Raccoon,
golden
good combo.
sun. Khonshu wouldn't like you one bit.
Believe it or not,
you dirty,
I
you
have a
dirty
dark
slut.
side. At least I did.
Yeah, well, you broke it. What's up with
And
that?
it became
Yeah, that was
its
the other
own
guy.
being.
Yeah.
Wish I could get the voice
Somebody
out
take
of
his
my
wall
head that
pictures
easy.
away, yes. Somebody take
Teach
my
me a
wall.
few tricks after all this is over.
You have to stop them from securing the
Finn
mission area.
Knowles Essence? Oh, shit.
I'll do what I need to win this, even if it does mean taking out former allies.
There was a Spider-Man flailing about somewhere.
There, ahead, I found him. Surrender your strength. You're welcome. The wounds are gone. Thanks.
What the hell just happened? Oh, Warlock. Oh, what's her name?
You're welcome. You don't want to become like me.
Surrender your strength. All right, that feels better.
Set the balance of things. That could not stand. Here they come.
I am. Their power.
Wire some aid.
The moon haunts you. Frank's doing what he does best. I'm
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. I'll patch you up. The cosmos heals you. Relay deployed. It ain't
Surrender your strength. The wounds are gone. Thanks.
This does not bode well. Spiders.
Their power. Good night.
liked you, Loki.
Super soldier, my bird.
I'm hulking. Time to drain.
Don't mind me.
Behold, their child!
You need their power. Needed that, thanks.
Nobody better.
Good, you needed it.
This stuff is for
You need their power.
I'm doing this my way. I'll patch you up. I'm at your service.
Surrender your strength. I never liked you, Loki.
Double KO!
Get up. I'm not done.
Only 60 seconds left.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Okay. Big ult from Spidey.
Don't mess with the amazing
Man on point, Spider-Man on point.
Back where I started.
Yeah, we did it.
Man on point.
We are in the front. Prepare yourselves.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Mind their power.
behind you.
The moon!
Behold the god of thunder!
Better stop that vehicle!
Big jump.
I got you!
Get up,
That looks
my
crazy.
fist.
My good deed for the day.
I am through!
Time to drain.
Aw, the twigs all grown up.
Love battlefield medicine.
That's not gonna hurt.
Wait, that treatment, you need their power. Can't you willed it, Spider? Blame him.
Double KO!
Get up. I'm not done.
Foes who fall like timber fruit.
Time to drain. Time to drain. The moon haunts you.
This place is teeming with
Down came the moon and stumps my love battlefield medicine.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Render me assistance.
Tremble before power!
Only 60 seconds left.
Behold the god of thunder!
Surrender your strength.
We made it halfway!
Can't you will this, Spider? Blame him.
I'll patch you up.
All right, that feels better.
Better stop that vehicle!
Bast must be proud.
We are on our tails.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Down to 30 seconds.
Gotta hold on.
What killed me?
Another epic victory!
In the heart of ancient mountains, a silent power lies, waiting for a hero strong enough to claim it. Deep within his forge, the blacksmith toils. With each blueprint, he imagines a future in the hands of a champion who will rise to claim what was thought lost. The sword, a symbol of courage, forged to stand against overwhelming odds. The longbow, an instrument of precision. The shield for protection and resolve. Each weapon tells a story, each crafted with purpose. But among them lies a creation like no other. A weapon for the chosen. With a final spark, the spear is born. And when the spear calls, it is only answered by those who are destined. In your hands, it comes alive. A weapon reborn, awaiting its true purpose. Take up the spear, forge your legend, and claim the throne.
Like in like a three-way. It's kind of garbage.
By decree of the
Look. See that? That's kind of garbage. That defeats the whole purpose of 3 bombs. Not the biggest fan of that, low-key. I don't think I agree with that design at all. I wish it was a lot more tight. Feel that? Chester. Look at those bombs though. What, but they barely do any damage though. Yes! Hold on. Chat, what if I wanted to upgrade fragmentation rounds though? What do you guys think?
Do I want concentrated effect on nade, you think? I go for it? 40% more damage, 50% less AoE. Let's try it. Fuck it. Let's hope it's good. Yeah, it's terrible. Because the nades bounce everywhere, so it's kind of hard to like aim it properly. Like it doesn't actually AoE properly. It's garbage. I can cheat the system by doing this. So look, I go to the corner, I up it on the wall, and then is that good, chat? Man, I just do damage. This is cringe.
All in a day's work.
I'm just useless. This is just cringe. Man, what a joker. You got another one?
What would you ask?
Like, where are my bombs going, dude? Put him on the shotgun now. Put what? Another gem! The game's trying to tell me, like, yeah, you're doing dog shit. Lock in. Oh, I can put the more damage, less AoE on the shotgun. Load an additional bolt. How is that worth it? Why did I ever put that in? Wait, why not? Why not? Man, I give up. It doesn't want to go in.
Back down or die.
lagging so bad? I don't get it. Use the right slot section. I can't. What is happening? Add knock back to push him into the bombs. That sounds brain dead. There's no shot. I'm really trying to make the build work. It doesn't work. Let's just stop.
Dark lady.
So you're vaping again, right?
No,
Baby, I saw it in your room.
that wasn't mine.
What about the lunch money? What did you do with
Quick
that?
about your business.
I wasn't hungry.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't hungry.
Goodbye.
Remember me? Your Uncle Michael.
Just look after them until
I
like I'm the
haven't
foster.
got all
I fathered.
I'm trying to find you a good home.
Are you talking about fostering? I'm getting good daddy vibes from you.
You win. Woo! I surrender.
Decillion 777 Decillion 700.
I think what I have in right now is the best chat.
707.
I have multi-proj on the grenade looker. Yeah, maybe bleed. Yeah, like lacerate. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let's just find the count and kills the mass, and after that we'll see what's up. We'll find for rebels anyway. Almost got 07. Yeah, I'm staying on Twitch for drops, yeah.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging.
That's him. Soon. Very soon.
He's scheming. Game's good, yeah.
Oh, wow.
You like the game? Checkpoint's nice, like that. Chapel of the Phelan. Gotcha.
First ones. Oh, all I did was touch it. Not yet. Take back.
Look at this bomb damage. It's actually embarrassing.
This looks more like Diablo
is he?
Always did say religion is dangerous.
Chat. The problem I have now with this game is that I'm the fucking GOAT! Wait, that wasn't even part of the quest, what?
First ones.
Wait, was that even part of the quest? Skill gem? Oh! Yeah, finally new abilities. Okay, hold on. Hold on, everybody hold. Gas grenade. Fuck that shit. Ice shard. Noob. Rapid shot. 17 heat.
Rapid shot heats up your crossbow as you continue to shoot, dealing more damage the hotter it gets. Grenades also gain extra damage from heat. You can reload manually by using this skill again. Rapid shot heats up your crossbow. Ice shards targets the ground, leaving shards of ice that explode when enemies step on them. You can reload manually by...
Dog shit.
On hit, galvanic shards create arcs of lightning, which are effective at shocking enemies.
Suck me.
Shocked enemies
Suck it. Instead of arm more piercing probably. Galvanic can fucking take its lips and then fucking suck on it.
Never had any luck. Farewell.
Chat, I need to identify items.
The village has been. You must do whatever.
For free.
Take a punt. You know you want to.
Hey, that's kind of nice. Garbage. Garbage.
XQCL.
Bad. Garbage. Hold on there. Rapid shot. Yeah, I'll do that. Support skill at 20% more attack speed. Wait. That's good, right? Oh wait, these are all really good. Oh my god. No, I think the recommended is actually really good. Scatter shot!
Loktar! Dab.
Rapid scatter, perhaps?
What can I help you with? Go.
Both? Rapid scatter? And then my bombs still do good damage, because now I can aim them properly. Oh my god. This saves all my problems. Oh wait, I have it again. Galvanic shards.
On hit, galvanic shard.
Hold on. Okay. Galvanic shard. Is this build good, chat, or nay? Let's try it. Q. This guy says, feels bad, man, healing them. I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, it's garbage.
Oh fuck, the mic was muted. Megalo.
Here is referring to. But like give an example of it. So like, oh, like I don't think this makes any sense, or I think that this is just useless jargon, or I think that this
Oh,
is
it's
like
like trying to pull
give an
audio
example,
from the
like,
wrong
one
fucking
give one
spot.
example
A
of this.
Megalo.
Like just give me an example of something that you think was written poorly or demonstrates poor prose, and then what you would write differently. Like when I said that Cecilia person was a hack fuck, and I didn't like her writing, I was able to point to these specific things. If you're gonna write this, you should satisfy it with an example. Post a link or give an example of like a thing and then a rebuttal. Like give an example of this. You can't just say this. I don't even know if there's any English lit jargon in here. Maybe sublimation or subjugation? Okay.
On point to say it is jargon garbled nonsense where these people who want to sound smarter than you try and talk a certain way.
Do you think that that's really what's going on here? She's like, I want to sound smart to my... Like, it's... I don't know. Never mind. It's so funny because in a way... He's engaging in the exact performativity that he's accusing her of engaging in. She publishes a PhD, a thesis, that I don't know if that means she's already defended it. Do you publish, but you must defend it and then you publish it, I'm guessing, right?
Off to a good
So she
start,
got a PhD in order to
Now
get a
you're ready to
PhD, because
turn
that
it
was her
up a
goal
notch.
was, right?
If you want to
And
prove
now
yourself worthy of socializing with the likes of these big game hunters, you'll need to prove that you can kill 10 panthers. Those big boys are tougher. They're not as easy as the young ones you were killing earlier.
Nicely done, adventurer. You are ready to move on. You are learning, adventurer. Let us test your skills with the mature cats now. Kill 10 Stranglethorn tigers this time out.
He is trying to sound smart or in tune to his audience by blasting this PhD without ever having actually... Does he actually read any of it? Like...
Her thesis statement is basically, if you say someone stinks, people like them less. You know, like we all learned from watching cartoons when we were 4. She got a PhD for this. And from the looks of her, she probably believes that this entitles her to an extremely high-status lifestyle.
I'm so sorry. Do you think people going after English PhDs think they're going to become billionaires? Mr. Yeah, it actually is totally normal for me to get paid $5 million a year for non-exclusive licensing deals for shows I don't give a fuck about. That's actually super normal in my line of work. It's not. He lied about that entire thing, by the way, and was caught lying for over 10 minutes to Sam Cedar about every single part of it because he's a hack fuck who takes money from foreign governments to spread propaganda about his own country. But, like...
Yep. Remember
this is just going to be me pausing for 10 minutes and like, does he have an example of this or does he say anything specifically about this? That's this whole video. I'll stop doing that.
It's when they tell you that women are beating men at getting an education. Good luck to whoever has to pay off those loans, and don't forget, call her doctor. Okay, well, she linked her her thesis. Wait, here's...
Remember this when they tell you that women are beating men at getting an education. Oh, so that's just a rumor then. They're not. Oh, in that case, we don't have to talk about like men's issues with college or anything like that because that's all bullshit. They're not getting real degrees, right? Like women are retarded, I guess. They're not actually starting to beat men in average earnings in certain racial groups. That's just all bullshit. And the income gap's not closing. The education gap doesn't actually matter at all. Okay, no, you're right. None of that actually matters. Okay, base, true. Men are fine. Yeah, they don't need any help for schooling anything. True, all bullshit. Good luck to whoever has to pay off those loans. And don't forget, call her doctor. And what, he's mad that PhD gives you the title of doctor? Holy shit. The hardest thing, the most flowery, I don't even want to call it flowery language. Maybe you can argue some things are flowery, but like PhD language is going to be pretty particular. It's a specific field. I don't know. All right.
Fuck to whoever has to pay off those loans, and don't forget, call her doctor. Okay, well, she linked her her thesis. Wait, here's a response. What do you say? Law of self-defense. To what extent was your PhD subsidized by taxpayers, and when do you plan demanding that middle-class Americans working trades pay off your student loans? And it says,
I'm sorry, but like middle-class Americans working trades. What the fuck is that specific fucking demographic call-out? How much of a tool are you? Like, I see that you just did an English PhD. Can you tell me how much second-generation Hispanic plumbers in New York City are gonna have to pay work to pay off your like, Jesus.
The OP's photo clearly indicates that she did her PhD at the University of Cambridge, which is in the UK. Fair point. Yeah, I didn't say nothing about that. But I think we have her abstract in this Forbes article. There's a lot of nasty stuff there, for sure. I don't think anybody should be threatening her or whatever. But I'm going to read for you the abstract, because this is...
Oh, cool. He's going to actually read the abstract. Okay, cool. Let's hear it. Let's hear his breakdown. All right. Oh, he's going to give... Thank God. I would have paid a lot of money. Thank you. And I get this content for free? What a great world we live in. All right.
Culture war, my friends, and this abstract exemplifies academia is dead, education is fake. You've got to learn in the real world, do your own research, and figure out what is functional, because the institutions are corrupt and they have failed.
The idea that the world is all about functionality and that should be the only thing that matters when you literally make 7 figures a year working in entertainment. You are the equivalent of a theater major. The topics that you discuss are all soft science, sociology based. You have never had a conversation of substance about engineering or any hard science in the history of your entire show. Everything that you do is soft science based. How do you not understand that on your show, you do the equivalent of a gender studies degree when you talk about the red pill? You do the equivalent of a sociology degree when you talk about trouble between the classes. You do the equivalent of every type of a literature degree or of an arts degree when you talk about how Marvel movies have too much wokeness in them. Like, all of this is soft science culture shit, and that's all you do. You don't know anything about any hard science in your entire life, and you don't discuss any of it. How could you be so critical of people that pursue the same things in academia? What a stupid comment. Gee, like, at the very least, if this was like, it's the Tim Pool Astrophysics Hour, where we talk about the problematic natures of dark matter and the implications for the expansion of the universe, oh, fine. And you would be like, why do people waste time on this bullshit? Okay, that's fine. Motherfucker, you have a show called Culture War. And you're criticizing people that get English lit degrees?
Anyway, abstract. This thesis studies how literature registers the importance of olfactory discourse, the language of smell, and the olfactory imagination it creates. In structuring our social world, the broad aim of this thesis is to offer an intersectional and wide-ranging study of olfactory oppression by establishing the underlying logics that facilitate smell's application in creating and subverting.
Notice how he's getting triggered just by certain words that he recognizes. It's funny because I tell people this. I say this. There are certain words I'll never use the phrase toxic masculinity. I never call myself a feminist. Not because I don't agree with those concepts of those things, but just because I know it triggers some people so much. I can't say it. It's too much of a snowflake conversation. If I even say those things, I've already turned off like half the audience. You can't handle hearing those words. It's over. Toxic masculinity is like the N word for white people. Like, as soon as you say it, like the fucking warrior mode is on. It's like, ah!
In structuring our social world, the broad aim of this thesis is to offer an intersectional and wide...
Right, intersectional, that was a trigger word. And then oppression, that's a trigger word.
Ranging study of olfactory oppression by establishing the underlying logics that facilitate smell's application in creating and subverting gender, class, sexual, racial, and species-powered structures. Species! Lady, come on, dogs smell like wet dog. Okay, we don't like it. Some people maybe do, I guess. She goes on to say, I focus largely on prose fiction from the modern and contemporary periods so as to trace the legacy of olfactory prejudice in today and situate its contemporary relevance. I suggest that smell very often invokes identity in a way that signifies an individual's worth and status in an inarguable manner. It short-circuits conscious reflection. This can be accounted for by acknowledging olfactory...
Like, why not, is he criticizing any of... Is there a criticism for anything that's being said? Is there even anything he disagrees with here, by the way?
Olfaction's strongly effective nature in favor of a behavioral or cognitive solution that assuages the intense feeling most immediately. Olfactory disgust, therefore, tends to result in rejection, while harmful forms of olfactory desire may result in sublimation or subjugation. Seriously? Bifurcated affective spectrum of olfactory experiences, drawing attention to this displeasurable olfactory relations that have socio-political utility. I argue that literary fiction is not only an arena in which olfactory logics can be instantiated, but also a laboratory in which possibilities for new kinds of relations and connections can be fostered and tested. Chapter 1 explores how smell can be used to indicate class antipathies, partly as they relate to homelessness, beginning with George Orwell's seminal nonfiction text, The Road to, Wigan Pier, before considering Lane Sinclair's The Last London and Bong Joon-ho's Parasite. In Chapter 2, I explore the fantastical, idealistic, and utopic thinking that surrounds olfaction, which presents smell as a fundamentally non-human by addressing J.M. Coetzee's Disgrace, Virginia Woolf's Flush. Ah, heavens me, I'm not reading the rest of this.
Probably.
In layman's terms, when people smell bad, it is used as a classist, gendered, sexual, racial, or species-related matter of oppression. Lord, help us. But you know what? This reaction is exactly what needs to happen. Now, I will stress, the people that are saying nasty things to this woman, like threats.
So does he just not like that he thinks he already agrees with it, so it's not worth writing it? Like, what is the prime, or what is the central criticism of the paper?
But you know what? This reaction is exactly what needs to happen. Now, I will stress, the people that are saying nasty things to this woman, like threats and stuff, like, dude, you are making things worse. And you also are an example of everything that's wrong. You've got the snooty over-the-top... Let me...
Do you agree with the thesis? The thesis of the thesis? I mean, I think so. If that's literally just the first sentence, it's how can you disagree with it? It's just talking about how, I don't even know what the argument being made in here is, but this thesis studies how literature registers the importance of olfactory discourse, the language of smell, and the olfactory imagination it creates in structuring our social world. So it sounds like it's just basically an analysis of how smells are used or described in fictional writing through history and how that can probably map onto societal understandings, expectations, discriminations, like, like good and bad opinions about different classes or groups of people throughout different societies. This is my guess. Is basically what it's talking about. There could be interesting things in this paper. It might be really boring. I don't really like English lit stuff that much, but I mean, I don't even know if you can disagree with that. Like, yeah. And then it probably, I don't know, then she does an analysis and or thesis of these different things. Yeah. But I don't know what, I don't know what here is, what is here that you would be mad at?
You are making things worse. And you...
I think the argument is the last sentence of paragraph 1. Oh, I argue that literary fiction is not only an arena in which olfactory logics can be instantiated, but also a laboratory in which possibilities for new kinds of relations and connections can be fostered and tested. Okay, sure. So the argument here would be that you could, in an intentional way, describe smells differently in fiction literature in order to cause people to have different thoughts or feelings or beliefs about whatever particular thing you're writing about, I guess, right?
Also are an example of everything that's wrong. You've got the snooty over-the-top... Let me explain to you quite briefly. Well, smelling someone can be a tool of oppression. Species-related is my favorite. Skunks stink! You stop oppressing the skunk. They're stink bugs stink. They're intentionally smelly to make us not want to go near them. But I digress. It is the snooty elitism, where it's like, I'm smarter than you because I found out that smells are displeasant. Sure. But then you've got other people on the other side who are saying really nasty things to this woman, like saying that she should, like lose her life or something.
Isn't that just language in general, always filtered through some sort of bias, though? Why is it specifically centered around smell? Because that's what she's writing her thesis on. What do you mean? Why is anything around anything? Because that's what... Could you give an example of what a paper like this might be cited for? What a paper like this might be cited for? Fuck, I don't know. I don't do English literature. I mean, I could make shit up, or I have no clue. I don't know. I don't write studies or write PhD anything. I don't have any formal study at all in English literature. I imagine other people would probably could probably source it or something, I guess. Something that I think if I were to sit here and think, if I were to sit on this enough, I could actually bullshit my way through it. No, this isn't bullshit. I could think of a way to legitimately this. Here's an interesting, I don't know if this would be considered olfactory or taste, but I can usually tell immediately if a person is racist based on how they describe spicy food. And this was a thing for a while that I think Lauren Chen might have tweeted this out. Do you remember when when people were doing this thing where they were like, what did she describe? I think, or was it Brittany Venti? She described spices in food as adding dirt to it or something. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Dirt spices. That's like a very intentional invocation of olfactory, and I'm sure there's a smarter word for taste, sensation to evoke a feeling about a given group of people. It was Sydney Watson. I'm sorry, I mixed all the Nazi women up. If your food requires you to put dirt spices all over it in order for it to be palatable, your food is not good, right? This would be an example, but yeah. But she also was she the same person who was she the same one who tweeted out that if Sydney Watson I'm not gonna be able to find it. I don't know if it was her or somebody else. Somebody said that if Kamala Harris wins the presidency, the White House is gonna smell like curry, right? That's not just a, oh no, curry smell. That's an invocation of so many things. I don't know if I would just say racially, nationalistically, like intersectionally. Like you're invoking so much there when you say that. Like, and everyone knows this, right? Obviously, you're not just saying like, oh no, like it's gonna smell like a certain type of food. Was that Laura Loomer? You're invoking a lot there with sense of smell right here. If Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry, and White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center. The American people will only be able to convey their feedback through a customer satisfaction survey at the end of the call that nobody will understand, right? Like all of these things are being used, like this smell here is signaling a different class, a different race, something beneath us, right? Like this is. We use this. It's used in memes. I brought it up earlier. Tim Pool, ironically enough, brought it up as a counterexample, even though it proves the point, the curry thing, right? It's like these are relevant conversations that we have. It's just so funny that like, and I'm not even here to defend an English thesis. One, because I'm not even in English lit. I don't have to. It's not my job. And two, I just don't know anything about it. But like the idea that this is such a worthless conversation, nobody cares or talks about it. This was a really big tweet. There was a lot of conversation about that. Well, for like a day, I guess. But that's because Lord Loomer was big for other reasons. But like, yeah, I don't know. But just like, come on, Jesus. Okay, fuck me. Anyway.
Get out of here with all that stuff. What we want is sound, reasonable criticism of the absurdities, such as this. Ma'am, we get it. Nobody needed to write down and add to the academic knowledge base that smells can be pleasurable or displeasurable. We don't.
That's not even what the thesis is about. The thesis is about tying in a special relation, like more so than your sense of sight or your sense of hearing. It's about tying specifically smells to these strong emotional states that we have in order to demean or uplift, I guess, the things, the classifications that she mentioned, right? So he's not even hitting on what our thesis is actually about.
That smells can be pleasurable or displeasurable. We don't need it. It is not functional nor practical. This is an example of a person being like, I have nothing to contribute at all, so let me just say, I don't know, smells are racist.
Like, that's so reductionist. And you can use smells in racially descriptive ways, like we literally just did. We just looked at a Laura Loomer thing. Like,
I gotta be honest. Part of me imagines this woman like smoking pot in her dorm room with her friends, and then she's just like, I got nothing. I mean, like, what is there even to write about in literature? Like, their books. And then the friend is like, I bet you could just say things like, I don't know, white paper is racist because the white is greater than the black ink. And then she probably laughs. She's like, dude, I'll just... No, then what happened was the guy's like, this weed is some skunk. And then she was like, oh, dude, I'm just going to write a thesis about how smells are racist. And they started laughing. And she was like, dude, I bet it'll work. I'll get a PhD. Watch. I would actually respect that tremendously if she came out and said, they actually gave me a PhD for this and chucked into a fireplace. But no, she's serious.
Is that what he does? Is that his thought process for topics that he's going to go over every day? Like,
and this is the problem. You're going to spend money on these degrees. Look at this. Forbes says, an unexpected post went viral over the weekend. In it, a University of Cambridge student shared the fact that she completed her PhD. The woman in question, Dr. Ali Lukes, celebrated finishing her thesis with an unassuming tweet that somehow caused outrage online. Have a look and see if you can decipher why. Here we go. Oh, it's because it's a woman. It's a picture of a woman. And it's because it's olfactory ethics. Because it's a woman. Fine. Have a look and see if you can decipher why. Here we go. Oh, it's because it's a woman. It's a picture of a woman. And it's because it's olfactory ethics. It's funny because it's not even about actual smells. It's about descriptions of smells in fiction.
Imagine if you could use descriptions of smells in order to evoke, like, strong feelings, right? Like, woman shows off shocking transformation after becoming transgender and identifying as a man. Like, what if I wanted to evoke, like, a strong feeling about, like, disgust here? Maybe if I read her thesis, maybe I would have new ways to, like, attack this person, right? Like, rather than trying to write out some long thing, I could just say, oh, yes, ma'am, you are now disgusting. I feel like I can smell you through my phone. It's an odd thing to attack somebody for, unless you... What are we invoking here, right? What is being invoked here? That men smell a different way than women? Does she necessarily look unclean? Or is it just like he engages in this same thing, right? It's such a crazy, stupid angle of attack from him.
Like, I'm gonna write a story and be like, as I was walking into the prison, it smelled like human waste. Oh, that is oppression. At the time of writing, the post had been viewed over 24 million times. In fact, right now, 39.8 million.
To be fair, I don't think you understand what Tim Pool is saying. He's saying her thesis is pure common sense and making something of nothing. Not respectfully, sir. Usually when you say something is pure common sense, you just don't understand what's being said. Now, I could be wrong, and maybe I'm dramatically overrating her thesis, but I seriously doubt that her paper is just like, and in the book, the animals in that country, the main character says that the black person smells bad, and that's racist. My guess is the thesis is probably exploring the ways that language is used and can be traced to societal beliefs, or develop some framework to analyze how smells are described and how that come out. It's probably an analysis of different types of relational things relating to smell and literature and society and culture. It's not just like, and in this book, here's the 42 instances of racism that happen in the book Sugar. That'd be my guess. Maybe it actually is a really shady thesis, but I'm not saying it's pure common sense. I'm saying that's Tim Pool's perception. It seemed like you were confused because he was agreeing with what she said. Well, his point is, no. Even if that's his point, I'm not sure if that's his main point, but that is part of one of the points, is that it's common sense, but he's not even understanding what's being spoken about. Like, it's just stupid.
Over 24 million times. In fact, right now, 39.8 million times. Lord, help us. Guess why? Well, it's about her paper, entitled Olfactory Ethics, the Politics of Smell in Modern and Contemporary Prose. It focused on the use of scent in literature, and a large Twitter X community took umbrage with that. On the surface, there's nothing overly remarkable about our social media post. I think it is. I think it's her being like, I wrote garbled nonsense, and they gave me a doctorate, and now I'm doctor. Dude, I'm sorry. If that qualifies this lady to be a doctor...
Like, what are you ass-pained about, bro? But you don't have the fucking title? Are you just mad about the title of PhD or what? Like,
I got way more accolades that should make me a doctor. You know what? I'm.
He is. Okay. He's just jealous. He's jelly.
A doctor now. I have hereby decreed. And you too at home. I hereby decree you all to be doctors. Are you a plumber? How long have you been a plumber? Can you unclog a toilet effectively? Well, I give you hereby award the Timcast Media Honorary Doctorate Plumber. What's the point? You know, I made this point a long time ago. A bunch of my friends did. Because we were joking about how you could go online and buy fake degrees. And no one ever checks. It's stupid. So what's the point of going to school if they're going to give anyone a degree for anything?
First of all, you don't get a degree for anything. Also, you can just get a fake degree because no one checks. Isn't she literally a professor at Columbia now? Or did I make that up? I thought I just read that somewhere. So my guess is they probably check.
Now, me personally, I have developed several technologies and methodologies in media. In fact, I and my cohorts were the first ever to use aerial drones for media broadcasting and news coverage. Fact. I and my cohorts were the first to do a live video broadcast via aerial drone. That's right.
Okay, so go write a paper about it. I mean, like, what? Did you document any part of this? Or did you write up anything about this to make the information more accessible to any other person? Did you detail or catalog any part of this process to contribute to the overall body of knowledge of broadcasting or drone usage or live stream or anything else? Or did you just do a thing, right? If you're not going to write about it, you're not going to have a paper about it, and you're not going to have a, like, what?
Right. For this, I was brought on by a university, and which was sponsored by a government agency, as well as a media corporation, to go down and select the first ever drone testing site. And I did. No one really showed up. It was me and like one guy from the AP, but that's all true. I'm not kidding about that stuff. So back in 2011 during Occupy Wall Street, some friends and I, we took an AR Parrot drone, which could broadcast video from the drone to your phone, and we simply hacked it to broadcast that signal right over the internet, and we used it during an Occupy Wall Street protest. It was very cool. I don't have a degree. I don't
even believe him. I bet he didn't do this. I just don't believe anything he says.
I have a high school diploma. I don't have a doctorate. And you know what? Now, normally I wouldn't say, I'd be like, I'm not going to humble brag, but I want to stress this. Having done that, who is more deserving of a doctorate, me or this lady who says describing smells is racist? I guess sexist and classist.
The fact that you can't even describe, you hacked the AR parrot to send something to the internet instead of to a phone. I don't even know what the fuck that means. What was it, communicating via Bluetooth before or whatever? And you like, did you add a whole separate, like, what would it be, like a Wi-Fi? So you'd have to do like a whole board modification of whatever I don't even know what he's talking about. Does he have a video in depth describing what he did? I bet he didn't even do any of the tech work there. I want to hear it. I want to hear him describe that from start to finish. Somebody link a video.
Assets too. And speciesist? Speciesist? I don't know. You get the point. I'm not asking for a doctorate. I don't want one. I have given guest lectures to PhD courses, but it just goes to show you that academia is fake. Most of the inventions we see out there aren't coming from people who went to college and got doctorates or degrees. If you look at the average...
What do you mean? She's not going to be inventing things as an English literature major. That's not her job. We have different things that we do in society that have different values for different reasons.
Billionaire? College dropout billionaires tend to have substantially more money than college... than billionaires with doctorates or degrees.
What an unbelievably fucking weird compare. What an insane cohort. One, I don't even know if that's true. Elon, oh, wait, and he's saying PhD in particular. I don't even know how many billionaire type things he would even get a PhD for. But like Elon Musk has, didn't he finish college? Fuck. Did he have a degree in something? Am I making this up? 2 bachelors. He has 2 degrees. He's not even leaving any for the rest of us.
Nicely done,
But
old
he wants to
chap.
very specifically
Now
focus
let's
on
step up the
PhD.
challenge and see if you're up to it. Venture into the jungle and bag yourself 10 of those bloody lash-tail raptors. Let's see what you've got.
I am impressed, adventurer. You are progressing quite well. Now I'm going to up the stakes on you and truly test your skill. Prove to me you can kill 10 Elder Stranglethorn tigers. If you can do that, you will be ready for your final challenge before I declare you a Master Tiger Hunter in Master Nessingwary's presence. Elder Stranglethorn tigers are not only the most difficult to find, they are also the fiercest to defeat.
Perfectly executed, adventurer. Now the hard part. A true panther hunter can show skill by dropping Shadowmaw panthers, the deadliest in Stranglethorn. Prove to us that you can slay 10 of these beasts. If you think they are hard to track, wait until you attempt to slay one.
The fuck the point is of this?
You look at Microsoft, you look at Apple. Bill Gates and Tim Apple, you know, I'm kidding, Steve Jobs, we get it. They dropped out. A lot of these people dropped out. School is a waste of your time. Unless you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, I get it. If you're...
Just to be clear, those people dropped out because school was holding them back, not because they couldn't read or pass fucking remedial English, okay, or Algebra 1, all right? So if you're some fucking knuckle-dragging retard who's getting a D- in his high school 6th grade English class...
And was right that he's been so wrong the last year? About what?
That... It's not boding too well for you, Chief.
If your goal is to actually work in real research, you probably still don't even need to go to a university, depending on what you're doing.
Where do you think the labs and the funding for these labs fucking comes from? Hold on, I could be wrong, I could be wrong, I could be wrong, I could be wrong, I'm sorry. I just have heard so much anecdotal stuff to the opposite of this, and maybe I'm missing a huge thing, but isn't like the #1 reason to go to school sometimes because I want to work in research and I want access to the school's labs? Isn't this where like the vast majority of funding for, I feel like I've heard multiple friends say this, like sometimes you might just go and work just because they have the best lab, or they have the most money or the funding for this lab, or you might like work with people from school because they have this lab. Where are these huge labs, I'm pretty sure even private companies will go to like school labs and shit to test and like, what do you do? Where?
A doctor or a lawyer, I get it. If your goal is to actually work in real research, you probably still don't even need to go to a university, depending on what you're doing.
Like what
research
jobs and what labs are you
yeah,
are
damn
you working
shame.
at? Like outside of university, like name a couple. I'm curious. Let your audience know.
You may need basic training in handling chemicals and using facilities if you're going to do chemistry and other things like that at a private pharmaceutical or something. I get it. There is
basic. Dude, I'm sorry. It's
To be
just so
fair, that's
retarded.
about
This
it.
is like the ultimate Dunning-Kruger. I don't think I've ever heard anybody Dunning-Kruger harder in my entire fucking life before. Like, imagine walking into a lab and they're like, "What do you want to do?" And it's like, "Okay, so just finished Iron Man 2. Bigger elements. You just gotta put another fucking neutron in there or whatever, right? Or another proton. I just want to make some of those." Now, I know what you're thinking. Okay, I'm just a random guy, no college degree, but I know how to handle the basic chemicals. Okay, I know a little bit of machine button pushing. So, like, can I just like do this? Like, that's all you need, right? You just need to know how to handle chemicals. Like, I'm wearing the thick gloves. I wear 2 gloves for mercury nitrate or whatever killed that woman in that one doctor video. Okay, so I've got my lab training.
using facilities if you're going to do chemistry and other things like that at a private pharmaceutical or something. I get it. There is a place for university, but it ain't this. And this is what
it ain't this. It's not for research labs. What? The only thing you learn in university,
Not a big human
in
camp
AR
right up
labs,
here.
is where you train, I guess, right? In your school lab, is how to operate the Bunsen burner.
There's
And
an,
basic
I think it's
chemistry.
in the
And then you go up to
cave
the big
tub.
boy labs that are all in Facebook headquarters and Google headquarters.
people are making fun of. Now, a lot of them are getting their facts wrong. That's fine. Nobody should be threatening this lady, but she exemplifies the failures of modern academic institutions. Seize the endowments, shut them down. Intersectional oppression. Okay. Well, you do you. I always find it funny when we have conservative guests on the show, on Timcast IRL, and they're like, I'm sending my children to college. And I'm like, why? You and I complain all the time about this.
Bottom.
But whatever, man. You do you. I'm going to wrap it up there.
we
Smash
are
that
not
like
high
button,
enough
share the
level
show
for
with
that.
everyone you know. Become a member over at timcast.com.
We'll peek
to
this
support our
cave
work.
over here.
And you too, as a member of timcast.com.
Okay, so Destiny, you've actually admitted
Kid
that
about his
literature and
butt
art
plug?
are just a reflection of the time. So then why
Right.
is research so important? Maybe funding should be primarily reserved for
Like
STEM, which
Diddy?
is something that
I don't
actually
think that's what
progresses over
Diddy
time.
did, but okay.
Because at the end of the day, you are a human being and you don't give a fuck about hard sciences because nobody gives a fuck. What you really care about at the end of the day is
Harrison's a
culture.
bit of a
The
stretch,
best thing that hard sciences do
You go
is
get 'em,
give you
champ.
access to more cultures because these are the things that enrich and fulfill us as human beings.
Ooh.
These are the things you don't go through life remembering.
R.I.P. the
Oh my
47.
God, you're on your deathbed and your children are like, what were the happiest parts, Grandpa?
All right.
I remember forever they said that we would never be able to make microprocessor architecture that was less than 20 nanometers. And when Intel came out with the first nanometer, 14 nanometer
Maybe
chip,
we should
I
run
the
the camp
electrons were just
from the
phasing through
outside.
like, nobody remembers that. You remember your favorite movies, your favorite songs and music. You remember going to dances in high school. You remember memes from the internet. Like, this is the quintessential human experience, okay? Technology and STEM and all that is amazing. But it's amazing ways it enriches your life and it allows you to explore more culture. Also, STEM already probably gets way more funding than the arts and the humanities and all that as well.
Have a degree. A PhD. If you sign up at
Like, motherfuckers will argue that STEM is the only thing that matters and we don't need to waste time on history, and then you'll go on arguing for 15 hours on fucking Twitter about how Germany should have won World War II. Or, like, we don't need to waste time on anthropology and the humanities, and then you'll argue about why Rome really fell because of multiculturalism and immigration. Like, Jesus. Like, what the shit? You don't talk about hard science. Let me be clear. Let me dispel the illusion right now. If you're a person on here arguing that STEM is the only thing that matters, you don't know anything about STEM. You're probably not an engineer. If you are, you probably don't know any other fucking science outside of the very narrow button pushing that you do as a literal monkey for your job, okay? Most of you don't work in like the hardcore, like, I need to know a fuck ton of science, and you're not debating or arguing about it or consuming that media when you go online. Everything that you consume is squarely within the arena of arts and humanities. You watch movies, okay? You listen to podcasts. You fucking play video games, right? You're not practicing your hard fucking science in 99% of your life. Sorry. Okay.
At a $10 level, you get an honorary bachelor's degree. Verbally given, there's no guarantees, and I only verbally bequeath all of our members as having degrees. And if you sign up for the $25 level, I verbally just state as here and right now, it's a master's. And if you give more than that, then you are hereby officially doctor. And maybe we should give everybody in the Discord server titles, because that's how stupid the system is.
Titles.
All right, everybody, I'll wrap it up there. Stick around. We got more segments coming up, and we'll see you all shortly.
Oh. Short Fat Otaku said.
Great. And then Tim, and then you left school at 14?
Yeah.
And then just...
Yeah, I was
that
out
was
high
it?
school for like 2 months.
You're just like, yeah, I'm done.
Oh, it's the stupidest waste of time.
Wow.
Yeah,
You're not advocating not graduating high school, though.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Really?
Huge
I
waste
love
of time.
Oh,
There's this
fuck.
weird conflating of a high school diploma with a path to success. It makes literally no sense. Taking someone who's 14 and saying, go into an institutionalized learning facility which will give you no real-world life skills for 4 years. Talk about wasting formative years. What I did, I was programming websites, I was doing flash animation, I was making video games, I was playing music, I was traveling, I was skateboarding. Traveling around the area of the city, meeting people, and expanding my horizons, while my friends were locked in a box, learning for the 5th year. So, like, I can't even tell you if they learned anything, because the reason why I was like, I'm done with this, I remember going to
Programming websites at 14 years old in the year 2000. What websites were you building? Was he configuring his GeoCities account? Was he adding a little bit of HTML to his AOL Instant Messenger away message?
high school math class.
Which, excuse me, okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm being dismissive of this shit, but actually tweaking and messing around with like elementary stuff like that you're interested in at an early age is actually incredibly beneficial if you want to do these things later on in life, because it gives you familiarity with a lot of the underlying subject matter. It might lead to you doing reading or research, not like research at a school, but just like reading up guides on how to make more sophisticated stuff in the future. There's nothing wrong with that if you like to mess around with that, but
we'll call it. Teacher walks in. She goes, turn to page 17 and do those problems, and then walks out of the room. And then we're all sitting around like, what just happened? And that was every single math class was that. And I'm like, okay. And my favorite was sitting in a room in English class and having someone go, the teacher says, all right, everyone turn to page 47, and we're going to read the story from Mark Twain. And I'm sitting there, and then, Jeremy, can you read? The Encyclopedia
Today, Junior.
And so I'm just like, bro, I could read this whole thing in 10 seconds. What am I doing here? This is wasting my time. So I just stopped. I'm out.
Were you living with your parents at the time?
Yeah, so with my mom, my parents were split up.
I thought don't you legally have to attend school until you're 16 in the U.S.? Maybe it was different in some states. Or...
And then actually what happened was I'm 14, and they did this weird thing where they changed our schedule from, in grade school, it was 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. And they decided for freshman year at the local high school, we're going to do 10:45 a.m. to like 5:30 p.m. And a lot of parents were upset. They were like, this means that in winter, 14-year-old kids are going to be leaving high school in the dark. Like, that's crazy. And so it was like a kind of a cultural shock for me at 14, because you get out of school at 2:30, you go to the park. You'd hang out with your friends, you'd come home, it's 2:30, you have the whole day ahead of you, school got out, woo. Now it's like I wake up at 6 in the morning, because that's what the schedule always had been my entire life. But now I'm sitting in my living room with my hands on my knees like, daytime TV, People's Court is on, what am I supposed to do with this? Get to school at 10:45, get out at 6, and it's time for dinner, time for bed. And so it was ridiculously stressful. And then after 2 months of insane nonsense, not learning a damn thing, I'm 14, I'm halfway to school, and I just sit down in the grass, I started crying, and then I got up and turned around, went home, called my mom and said I'm not going to school anymore.
What'd she say?
I can't really remember, I think she said okay.
Really? What?
Yeah.
Your mom was just
She's
cool with you
freaking
dropping out of
supportive
high
as
school
hell.
in
No,
ninth grade?
I went from being a straight A student to a straight F student from grade school to high school, and so my parents were already like, something's not happening.
What changed during that time? Like, did you have a life-changing event, a bad breakup? Were you smoking weed? Were you hanging out with some crowd? Were you reading a new book? Were you...
Hoodie is it?
Really?
Not the Necro Boosie. Oh. Somebody up here farming? Around? Oh, okay. I can see.
into something or no?
Nope.
Really?
No. In my life, I've smoked weed a handful of times. It just doesn't do anything for me. Wasn't hanging out with a bad crowd. Playing music. I think the big issue was, since I was a little kid, my family's had computers. I built my first computer when I was probably 7 or 8 years old. It sounds impressive to the average person, but it's like I went to a thrift store, bought 5 pieces, and stuck them together like Legos. It's not the craziest thing in the world. Installed Windows on it. So my family's got CompuServe.
I might be mega retarded. 386. What could you? Could you even buy computer parts when he was 7 years old? I'm trying to think when I put, like, in the days of like before the Celeron, like, could you even buy, like, maybe you could, in the year, it would have been in the year 1992. I'm trying to think of what would the slot have been? Would it have been AGP? I don't even know. You said grade 7, not 7 years old. Oh, my bad. Okay, maybe yeah.
Or we've got AOL. I'm online. I'm reading about the president. I'm reading about the world.
This is Clinton at this point or Bush?
This was I think this was Bush. Yeah, this is shortly after 9/11, I think.
How many damn, I wonder how much would that have even cost back then? I remember the very first computer part I ever bought. It was $80. I remember this. It was in a Comp USA or something, or a Radio Shack. I don't remember. It was an $80 buy for a 40 gigabyte.
But I can
hard
use
drive.
swords.
Yeah, I think so. I think I was 14. It's shortly after. So I'm reading all this stuff
Well,
online.
like,
What's going on?
it has
Not
to be
whole
like
lot,
a-
but I was
I'm 13 because at this point you
programming
just
things in
get
Flash, making
whirlwind.
websites. I was skateboarding. In my life, I'm doing all of these things that every day was improving. Learning how to use Flash to make a website, and everyone's like, "Wow, you made a website." Making an animation where, I mean, they're crude Flash animations like Newgrounds.com stuff, but every day I could see something more. I started programming video games within 5 days. I've made a rudimentary video game that's kind of like Mario Bros. A platformer where you play a little guy running through a factory and there's little monsters and stuff. These are things that were tangible that I could see were being completed. Then I go to school and they're tying my hands together and saying, "Sit down, shut up, and do nothing." And it's like being locked in prison. And so eventually I was just like, "I'm not doing this. I'm done."
You have kids?
No.
When you have kids, you're gonna send them to high school?
Probably not. No, probably not. I mean, I'm gonna homeschool. I plan on having kids, but they're gonna be homeschooled. Probably some kind of local pod learning thing. You want kids to socialize with each other, but I think kids should be learning from adults, not from kids. And I think one of the biggest things that we do today as a society is we have children learn from each other. We separate kids from their parents like cows and calves. Then we put the kids in a box where they don't care for the teacher and the teacher doesn't care for them. And then all of their social interactions are predicated upon other kids, the behaviors of other kids. When I was growing up, my family at a coffee shop, all of my social interactions are with people in their 30s who are buying coffee and complaining about Republicans or Democrats.
Yeah.
So here I am, I'm 10 years old, and all I want to do is buy Pokemon when it comes out. And I'm trying to save it for the tip jar. But when I'm sitting there, the conversation isn't, "Did you hear what Billy said about, Power Rangers?" It's, "Did you see what policy was passed? I can't believe they're doing this." And that's the stuff I'm absorbing. The behaviors I'm learning from are adults in semi-professional settings. They're at the coffee shop, they're writing, they're working, or they're playing music. My mom's showing me how to manage the business and the finances. Then I go back to this, I'm like 6th or 7th grade, and all of the kids are imitating each other. So what's going to happen when these kids grow up? Well, I'm not surprised to find that I'm running a business, and most of my friends are just working regular jobs. They've not.
I'm so curious about, so he could afford to like buy the parts to build a computer, and his parents were okay with him dropping out of school when he was 14. I'm so curious, like what his parents did for work, or what that early stuff was like.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing that everyone has to do it. I'm saying don't be surprised if you take a kid, you put them in an environment where they learn how businesses work and businesses run, and when they grow up, they're doing those things. You plant the seeds; those seeds will grow.
Pat, you're a similar story, right?
Well, not 14, but there's a part of what he's talking about that, he's got a good point. I mean, what we don't know
Oh
about...
shit! Somebody actually has a video. I think I might have seen this before of Tim Pool speaking. When he was 13 years old.
On age, and I look and I go around sometimes and I hang out with other people that are my age, and they're just kind of selfie. I'm just like, dude, like, oh my god, like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now?
About is the following. Tim, how old are you? 86 is what? So
37.
So you're 37. Okay, so we don't know what it is to be 14 today. Like, think about it. We don't know what it is to be 14 today, and how you're fed stuff, and how you view the world when you're talking about you're in high school and you're going through it, and we were at AOL chat. Like, I'm thinking 1994 was AOL chat. If a friend of you was on AOL chat, "Hey, meet me in this room," and you would go, and I was like, "Oh my God, turn on the AOL chat." You wait like a couple minutes. So things in journalism is changing in a very different way. Think about today's Tim Pool. Tim at 14 years old today. What is that kid doing today? Wow. What route is he taking? What's pissing him off? What journey is he going to be going through? Where 20 years from now, the next Tim Pool you're sitting, and he's telling us about what it's like to be 14 in 2023, and we have to sit there and watch it. I got an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, 6-year-old, and a almost 2-year-old in a month, and I talk to them and ask them, "So what do you learn in school about politics? What do you think about this? What do you think about that?" And with Tico, he can have a full-blown conversation with you at 11. Yeah. He wants to have that conversation. Dylan wants to talk Patrick Mahomes. Dylan wants to talk sports. He's a sports guy. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens next 20 years with us. So even with you, like, you interview a lot of people. You're in the streets. They contact you. I'm assuming a lot of the 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds today, that could be the next Tim Pools, probably look up to you. They see what you did. Maybe some of them are watching the next citizen journalist. What do you think is going to happen with how citizen journalism is going to evolve over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years?
Well, so it depends on your definition of citizen journalism. The original definition was when an act of journalism was undertaken by a citizen. So
Yeah, that sounds like
when they started calling a citizen journalist, it was
expected
an act of
response.
derision to separate me from the corporate
You
press.
mean?
Citizen journalism was a guy's walking his dog down the street when he sees a burning
What the
building, he pulls out his
fuck?
phone, he films it, and then uploads it to Twitter. He never thinks twice. He carries on his day, and then
Singing? Watching people sing? Question mark?
That's some hippie shit.
All of high school.
And she told me a day or so ago that like her and Stevie are thinking about going to see Posty and Jelly Roll. And I was like, that's like half of a good idea. She's like, why half? And I was like, yeah, Jelly Roll is kind of meh.
Posty.
But you know, why would you go for choir? Was it like the Weatherford College? Okay.
Don't think she understands.
I mean, this is incomprehensible. You actually just shat. This is like it's like equivalent of a canon event for like a person. Like you gotta like. Yeesh.
Did he enjoy something?
Well, like for her, like she couldn't fathom because like the only choir concert she's gone to is like hours, and she's not there for like anything else besides the fact her child is there.
That's the only time, like,
So.
You would always.
One tenor, 2 days, 6 hours.
It's the same. The majority of it would be.
You're below.
Mm.
And he's going. February.
Damn.
Because Pro is. Oh.
I was trying to see.
I'd want to do opera just to learn to use my voice that way, but not to do opera.
Like,
actually, that's a really good way to practice that.
Him guy doing fucking. Soundless.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, you got that cat guy. It's,
And you already have helped. One of the reasons I have the
15%, 85% of the weights, 34.
honestly.
Ooh.
That's metal. I want to see it. I don't know.
He would
With, like,
rip his vocal.
country really just.
Yeah.
I can't.
Totally wrong.
Dude, the like number one country song right now for Roadhouse is all about like winning $100 lottery ticket, filling up a gas a tank, and getting a 12-pack. And it just says that for 3 minutes straight. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, especially for.
That's every fucking generation now. Yeah, country music is just the most like simple.
You don't be.
Oh, my parents.
Oh, no.
Them motherfuckers. Same thing when they were up.
Yeah, then they.
Those motherfuckers crazy about
That's why it's fun seeing Dad turn into Pawpaw.
Dude, you seen it too?
I've been seeing it. I've known this guy longer than you. Like, he's still like, you can see the like individuality to it, but there's still a lot of things where it's just him.
He's driving.
Done with this quest and try to kill him. I want to go to a musical that has like a live orchestra. I don't want to be wicked. I hate no. God no.
Or you could go to
Maybe the Nutcracker just for the meme.
actually.
Ironic.
I just want to see the rat.
I went to one.
That's all I get. Oh yeah, the rats. Yeah, I'm here for the rat.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the Nutcracker.
Oh.
On. Especially.
Tell Mom that's what we want to do for Christmas. Have her take us there. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Be
Yeah.
fine.
Hey.
I
Music is
so
damn
much, but I
quick.
would love.
Patience.
Really?
What is this?
Hmm?
Recognize the name. Oh. What is it? Is there a song that like? Do I recognize that from? Movie.
He already did. Damn, he already did.
Yeah. It's so fun. When it crits, over.
I think it's a good. Anything. All of our. I was so upset.
The
Males
Nutcracker.
didn't even fuck. Motherfuckers are not going. Hell no. The females, perfect score.
Always scores.
Fucking. I forgot what it's.
Yeah. They scored. Oh, I wanted it. Girls are the best school.
Just Frozen.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Never fight.
Pay a little more attention. Oh,
The
that
only
is.
time I've even. Oh. In our UI, is like. Because they would stop fucking talking. And
My first
that
girlfriend did
entire-
that in a elementary choir thing. Remember, I showed up to
Passed
school.
out by locking her.
I showed up to school the next day, and everyone was like, did you hear what happened to Cassie?" I was like, "What?" She's like, "She fell from the top riser." I was like, "Fuck."
You know, this, luckily, it was in the front row. But that stage was high as hell.
Oh,
And that
no,
entire
fell to Polly.
row of riser passed out. Broke their entire set. So they skipped like
There's a good chance. Yeah.
They had to go pick him.
I was getting
Someone
like.
grabbed his arm. Someone out of the fucking arm. They got.
Yeah, I got lightheaded at a few concerts. 'Cause they got hot as shit
I
up
have
there.
never.
Like,
No.
wearing the suit,
I've
it
gotten
was hot as shit.
overheated.
That's
Never
what I'm
like
saying.
got to the point where I started. That's because of the fucking uniform.
Michelle de Rousseau.
So, you know that. Okay, imagine this
I
link.
lied, yes.
Imagine this link. But this
Please, I
wide.
said yes.
The fucking sleeves and.
What
all
was that
the
what
way
you're
up
talking about? You were the... You were the...
Dude, there's a sci-fi symphony. Star Wars, Star Trek, Jurassic Park.
I
and
went
more.
to
Alien.
We take Mark over there.
I went
Yeah.
to a Marvel. That was not.
I want to see one of those live.
The Marvel one made me chill.
It might be one of them where they show something. Like they show one of the Star Wars scenes,
Like
or
a
some
music
shit, and
video,
they
they
do the
play
live
the-
concert.
And
Yeah.
then
I've always wanted. I want to do
When
one of
I
them for.
when I was still into Panic,
Oh,
our high
wait.
school actually had an
Yeah.
orchestra.
Yeah, where it's like you watch the movie, but when there's like music playing for the
accompaniment.
movie, they play the like music in
it's
the movie
live
Yeah.
music.
with the movie. Yeah, that shit would be fucking cool. Is that what this
I
is?
love India.
They play Fiend.
If they don't,
The love sick.
Yeah, relive the magic on the silver
Theory.
screen with the original Great Adventure. Epic score performed.
No.
Oh fuck! Wait, that's crazy. How much are these tickets though? Like, I feel like I don't even know. Like, it could be. Wait, orchestra right here and this right. Okay, literally in front row seats is $36.
Fine. I'll give you the fucking money. I realized I got more money.
This would actually be kind of cool.
I sat at the very top.
Like the upper gallery. All the same price. Oh.
you're over.
Yeah, the full like front unless you're off to the side is taken. Orchestra main. The beat. Oh. I want to sit in one of the boxes would be box.
That would be
Oh no.
dude. Another one that's like really good
Assassinated.
opera
John Wilkes Booth.
and
Fuck that guy.
accompaniment is Phantom.
That I will.
Really a good. Turn.
I could not. I could do plays. I could
Ballets.
jazz. I could do baby ballet.
Means you're up on the rise. Down.
There are some.
Yeah, because a bunch of ballet. I remember watching that fucking every.
I've only ever seen it once. Yeah, no, it's really-
Yeah,
It
there's
looks so
three
real
right
as fuck.
here.
Oh yeah, yeah. Then we got
What's your friend? Be hard to.
I think Mom
I think-
taking me to.
Bucks. I guess for like a first try, like fuck it.
$3.
Right, you're right here. Is you just get like a back row? The far back row, like. Yeah, they're taking it. Even then, like,
What do you do?
just look at this side. You get the three right
Yeah.
here. Not bad. For like $100 for all three of us. more important. Because there's, I mean, we could do that. $100. What is this? Yeah. Oh shit!
Oh, I know, but yeah.
Where?
Yeah, Sundance Square.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, where we walked around.
98%.
Buy these 3 tickets.
The fucking like.
Yeah.
Yeah, trumpet.
Oh, Goldman Sachs.
I had to.
A wandering skeleton. His last words are "yeah." It's so bugged. Oh no. Fucked. New 20. Goldman Sachs. With the name. The end of next month. Pretty cozy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Probably walked by this building a fuck ton placing it. Yeah. Which is sick. Prefix? Captain.
Imagine.
Rabbi? I'm a rabbi now. Thanks. Oh yeah. Get it? Oh, I got it. I can fucking stop killing. Equip your cart. A gift of 13. A donation of what? What? Add our suggested. Yeah. I mean, like, wait, we're gonna get worse. What is this donation going to? Yeah.
There's an. Oh, then I'll.
Clean. Eight. Donation.
That's what the
Oh, I do that? Oh. Wait, it's gonna let us. Shouldn't be.
Hey. What's taking?
Adult money, bitch.
Remember? Complain. Kind of music.
Oh, it's really all.
Really?
Read what it's
Yeah.
saying.
There's so.
Oh, is that for your ticket?
Yeah.
He honestly reminds me.
Really got me in group. It's just
Started the order.
Uncle got.
yeah,
Cool.
Sunday
Well,
Squares. From
yeah, so I guess here in a month we will be seeing Indiana Jones.
Could be.
Yeah,
This
will be.
January.
True. When Trump becomes president.
Here.
They just got, the country just has to hold out for 20
They give
days.
it all nice.
After that, I don't give a fuck.
That's my dad's shirt. It's my dad's shirt and a 8-bit like.
That's
It was just black and white, so I said.
I thought that was.
I didn't look to see what else was coming. I just saw Indiana Jones and I stopped. Oh shit!
Oh, fuck Indiana Jones, man! I'll send you another. I'll send you more. Look at the ticket.
Oh,
Return of the Jedi. That's the number 6.
Yes,
that's like
Luke.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's it.
Maybe we should have kept.
The tickets are still $40, so if like these seats are good, like we are okay with where we were.
Never mind.
Oh, there's one spot. Oh wait.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Killing this in Ghost Wolf form? Yeah, that's not as bad. 140. Yeah, the Star Wars one's definitely gonna be different. Like,
I look so pissed.
we can buy the $40 wheelchair accessible ones.
Roll up in that, please.
True.
I go get a Walmart card.
I mean, it'd probably be cheaper to find like a wheelchair off of like Facebook Marketplace and to buy that ticket. True.
That's prejudice.
Yeah,
Yes,
no.
brother.
Star Wars would be cool. Night at Hogwarts. Black Knight. Little Red Riding Hood. Wagner's The Flying Dutchman. Huh? Could be neat.
That would be terrifying.
Castle. Return of... An eerie tale of redemption through love set in a fearsome world of a ghost sea captain. The fuck? Huh? And there's some keyboard guy.
On top.
There's like
At the end, there's our all-star vocal. Go ship. Fuckers come up.
Yeah, for your fire teacher in Latin.
Oh yeah, fourth.
Sing a song.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, January 24th. You get the first. Yep, at 7:30. But technically, you don't even need PPT after you get off work. Fuck it. I'll probably request a day off too. Like, we'll just make just save money. Like, go to Fort Worth that day. Go to like the square. Around. Maybe do some drugs.
Apparently.
What day?
January 24th.
Apparently. some someone that she knows drowned in the botanical garden.
Relax.
The whirlpool, known for like apparently like sucking people down. She
Yeah.
knows someone who died. So that might actually be the person. So she might actually know the kid who fucking drowned in this.
That's crazy. Like somebody like, I mean, it makes sense somebody fell eventually, but like, it's still like, bruh. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Two-handed. 9 agility, 9
Where y'all
strength.
would go hunt. So we ever talk?
Yeah.
Really?
Who took you there? Took your whole
Yeah,
family.
yeah.
Somebody drowned in that.
I've been almost fucking.
Dumb
wanna
bitch
listen
slipped. That
Ooh.
sword.
The dark sword of himself.
He slipped on one of the steps, like right
We'll be
next to
saving
this
that.
part.
Oh wait.
I've been down there spooky.
We're
This,
going down there, Jay.
oh, yeah.
Another
Oh,
place
seeing
like
it all
that.
frozen would be kind of cool. Yeah, there's some like place we got food at down there that was really good.
San Antonio. All Japanese.
Where did we eat,
At the
actually?
very, very top is I get
How much are apartments over here? We can go to Texas Day, Brazil.
Good mama. What did me?
See if I can.
You would die.
Well, there's like all kinds of other meats there. So it's one of those places where it's like you pay $100 to get in, and then as you're sitting at your table, people walk by with skewers of meat, and they're like, "You want some?" And then they just start shaving it off for you.
Button.
I'm ready.
Yeah, dinner. Weekend. See, so this is on a. It'll be just January 24th. It's a Friday. Oh, that's annoying. Oh well. Salad area only is $32. So a Friday. Yeah, it'll be 50 $56 a person to get in. Yes.
That's not.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the
Oh yeah.
sushi place.
There's all the meats. Actually, if you want to come read. Anha? This. Rump of a cow. Chicken breast wrapped in bacon. Parmesan crusted pork loin. That was really good. Beef ribs, lamb picana. So there's a lamb version. Brazilian sausage. I think I tried that. Lamb chops, garlic picana, barbecue pork rib, flank steak, leg of lamb. Like, and
I
there's
got like 3 or 4 things I can eat.
yeah.
I
Oh,
can't
here's the
step
salad area. This is what you'll actually enjoy. Honestly,
I love a good salad bar.
we could just pay for you to have the salad bar only, and you would probably be fucking fat chilling. The salad bar is crazy. Yeah, I just grabbed a bunch of mozzarella balls when I went there.
Ooh, a couscous salad. Bought it.
Our place.
Yeah, even if mom doesn't like go to the fucking thing with us,
Actually,
she'll just come eat with.
to get a free.
We could actually be smart about it, and we'll go to Sam's before and get the fucking gift cards.
Yes, we do.
Oh, hot items. I forgot. There's also this complimentary house baked cheese bread, garlic mashed potatoes, fried bananas. Yeah, they bring plantains as like a palate cleanser. Yeah, they do lobster
Those
bisque,
mashed
saute
potatoes
them.
I
French
bet, bro.
fries,
I
Brazilian
love
cheese.
it.
And then their desserts.
Carrot cake.
Just gotta get high as shit, walk in this place, and just eat everything.
House, yes.
I guess we could just start
Yeah, you
saving
definitely
up
wanna
and
be
just go
cutting during
hard
that
and
time.
spend a day in Fort Worth.
No, that place is like one of those.
I mean, I can dress up.
I don't remember what I showed up in. This was Stacy and
I
Mom.
know
I just
that.
kind of showed
I had
up.
that back in.
I wear my Bob Ross shirt button up.
So, yeah.
I'll just do that.
So like,
Yeah. This will be a day you want
Just
to
don't like
dress up.
dress like me.
don't dress like you.
Don't have like.
But in
So yeah, I mean, there's other places we could let it, but if you just want to say fuck it and go there, we could do that because it's literally like 3
that
blocks
or the
away.
sushi place.
Blue, that's an. What do you say with the money? Say fuck it. I'll be working.
Did Richardson Museum?
Crazy.
Richardson is the fucking
One of the main Boy Scout camp,
like the summer camp.
Oh yeah. When every time he shows up and he's like playing with the truck being covered in dirt and dust, that's what he
White
said.
dust.
Explore the American West. Said Richardson just some cowboy motherfucker?
It's
Yeah.
always so funny how
Is
grumpy
it?
you're about his. But he's
Oh, it's free. We could go check this out. Go eat and walk around here, and then go and walk down.
5. I mean, it's 8 p.m.
oh,
till
that's
Friday.
that's
So.
not. Sorry.
Cause
Yeah, we don't.
about us. What was their times? God, these websites are so shit. I hate how this is like the website for everything. The original website. What is this? About the experience.
But also look at one mental block.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, they're open till 10 on Friday, so. We'll just show up, eat that for dinner, go to the fucking museum, and then go catch our thing. Huh? Because they don't open till 5. But imagine working here. That should be useful. Do it later. And down for a little bit.
Okay. I just got to. So
Anything, I'll finish that if you get. I've paid off and got myself caught up on student loans earlier.